Let the doors be opened. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Order du jour, orders of the day. Consideration at third reading of Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to be able to end the speech that I began last Wednesday on the subject of Bill C-26, which is before us once again today. I was saying that it was important to punish people convicted of sexual offenses against children. And this is why we're going to support Bill C-26. But it is also a necessity to do away with this scourge because, as parliamentarians, we have the responsibility of preventing these events from occurring. And as I mentioned Wednesday, one abuse of a child is one too many. We therefore have to act in terms of prevention, which C-26 doesn't do. As you know, Mr. Speaker, since 2006, the Conservative government has taken measures to protect children, and we salute that. Among those measures, among other things, was a ban on anyone providing sexually explicit material to a child in order to facilitate the commission of a sexual offense against that child. The strengthening of the sexual offenders registry and increasing the age from 14 to 16 at which a person can legally consent to sexual activity. The implementation of legislative measures obliging Internet providers to declare child pornography and a ban on negotiating with a third party, with any third party, through a computer or any other means of communications, an agreement to commit a sexual offense against a child. These are measures that I had hoped would be more effective. However, during his appearance before the Justice Committee on the supplementary estimates, the Minister of Justice stated that sexual offenses against children have increased by 6% over the last 2 years. This statistic is extremely worrisome. It also allows us to realize that the government's approach is in the end minimalist. We have to recognize that rhetoric is not enough. The lack of financial resources in terms both of enforcement of current legislation and prevention of these acts make these laws ineffective. An example of this that the NDP has always supported is the Circles of Support and Accountability that we call the CSA. The government recently announced that it was doing away with the funds provided to Correctional Services Canada for that. That is penny wise and pound foolish, which will have huge negative effects on this preventive initiative for community services. And there's also rather community services to victims that have been operating on a slim budget of $2.2 million. More recently, we've learned that over the last 5 years, the RCMP has left $10 million unspent that was intended for the Child Exploitation Coordination Center to work against child exploitation and other projects that are all basic to the anti-child pornography agenda of this government. The cuts made in part for example, as the contribution of the RCMP to the reduction plan that this government has, whereas at the same time, the reporting of child exploitation offenses has increased alarmingly. So, in the end, heavier sentences and more rigid measures are ineffective. They in no way do away with the long-term problems. If we don't put the human and financial resources into place for prevention and public awareness, we will never do away with the people who commit these sordid crimes. As I said, we'll support C26 because the NDP has always had a zero-tolerance policy in terms of any kind of sexual offenses. And that's why we're also disappointed that this bill does not go further by proposing really effective measures to protect our children and concrete measures, tangible measures to make our communities safer. In this sense, we are therefore disappointed that C26 does not provide any extra funds or financial resources. Certainly heavier prisoner sentences are a start, but it's not enough. Our communities need resources to fight against the sexual abuse of children. And there's nothing new in C26 to this effect. The other point that causes us a problem, Mr. Speaker, is the lack of cooperation, the absence of nonpartisan work on the part of this government, faced with a bill that we are all in agreement on, and as parliamentarians that we might have all worked together on pushing in the same direction to do away with this terrible problem of sexual abuse of our children. The victims and the population in general would have been the winners to see a government show more openness of spirit on such an important file and by being nonpartisan. Associations, specialists, and the professionals who testified before the committee saw all of their recommendations ignored by the Conservatives. This is sad and shameful to see a government take such a serious issue and make a partisan issue of it. Despite all of that, in conclusion, we will support Bill C-26, for this government, for the simple and very good reason that the measures proposed in the bill are a good start, but the NDP would have preferred to go further, particularly in terms of prevention and the allocation of financial resources to authorities and stakeholders in this area. We hope that the consideration would take into consideration in the future the opinion of experts and stakeholders in important legislation such as this. It's not an issue of winning an election here. It is an issue of the well-being of our children. And they should in no way be the victims of political partisanship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Rimouski-Nejet.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. What I'd like to know, and I know that the question has been asked regularly in terms of the lack of resources that have been allocated. This is something that we see recurring through many of the Conservatives' criminal justice bill, but also in terms of prevention. I know that there's an initiative in my riding to launch an awareness campaign, including on the issue of child pornography, and it's a problem to this day, unfortunately. I'd like to know if my colleague has an opinion regarding the need for this kind of awareness campaign, and if he would have any advice for the government in terms of how they could help, not just in terms of financial resources, but also to how they could help such a campaign really be spread across Quebec and the rest of Canada. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, as he was saying, and as I said in my speech, it would be wonderful for the government to invest in prevention so that police officers or social workers could go into schools and to try to prevent this kind of situation happening, or at the very least to be able to go out and see what the problem is. And as I said last Wednesday, my own sister provides a shelter in emergency cases, and in many cases it's the child's own parents that are abusing of them, and there's nothing to help those people in this bill.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
Honorable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher.
I thank my colleague from Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did have a question, and it's not at all funny because, indeed, the lack of resources is something that, in the end, when we go back home to our ridings, we often hear from the police forces that they don't have enough staff to carry out investigations. And cases of pedophilia, for example, but also in terms of street gangs and even in Longueuil at home. And with this horrible stories that are carrying out, there is a killer loose in the streets of Longueuil. It is taking up a tremendous amount of their time and resources. And so we always have this rhetoric from the conservative side, but they don't walk the talk. We don't have the funds to help police forces to do this work. Is that not correct? The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. As usual, my colleague from Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, is absolutely right. And probably my colleague from Vaudreuil-Soulanges would also have been right. But I come from a neighborhood in Laval. When I was young, and it's funny to say it, but there were 10 murders in 20 years in a neighborhood of 10,000 people. It was horrible. And the city decided to put money into the policing force services in the area, and we haven't had any murders in the last 10 years. So it's not just an issue of putting people into prison that will make our streets safer. You have to invest in prevention where it counts, and for children who are abused, clearly the people are happy that the offender would be in prison for the rest of their lives, but really, if something could be done so that that would never have happened, the child would have a happier life. Resuming debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to note that I will be sharing my time with the member from Saskatoon-Winooskewin. Mr. Speaker, when we come to this place, I think we all come with certain reasons behind what we want to accomplish. One, of course, is to improve lives of Canadians. And the other thing is sometimes to fix things that we believe are terribly, terribly wrong with our systems. And I think this legislation, for me, fits into the latter category, and that is fixing something that we believe is terribly, terribly wrong. Many people have been very fortunate either in their careers or their lives where they've never been touched by this particular issue. They've been spared the heartbreaking view of what happens to these young children when they're violated. I have a career that spent many years working in a rural emergency department. And, Mr. Speaker, when I rise both to speak to this bill and when I rise to vote, it will be with the victims that I will be making that vote for. I can give you just a few small examples before I actually talk about the technical aspects of this bill. I remember very clearly the 14-month-old who came in with incredibly bruised genitalia and a fractured femur. I remember 3 little girls, and I remember the day their dad died in an accident, and the mother remarried, 2 years later to someone who then began to abuse those little girls. I remember a rape kit that we had to pull out of the cupboards for a 12-year-old, barely pubescent young girl who had gone out and had a few drinks for the first time in her life, had overdone it, and had again been brutally raped. I remember a nurse who worked the night shifts, and one day she went home and her daughter revealed that the stepdad had been climbing into the beds at night and the absolute trauma that this nurse, the guilt that she experienced as she dealt with the fact that she had married someone who was abusing her most precious possessions. So, Mr. Speaker, these are just some examples of what I experienced in my career. But if you think I was representing only a small area of this country, a small area of the province in terms of providing services, we have to recognize that these things are being repeated across the country many times over. Some are being reported, some are not. I have witnessed young girls going into the criminal system to share their testimony and not meeting that burden of guilt that was required and seeing the person that had violated them go free. So I hope that this is a personal issue that everyone stands up and can support. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what I need to do now is maybe, again, as I indicated, talk about the specifics of this bill. It is set out to recognize the devastating impact such crimes have on the lives of the victims. It ensures that justice is not only done for each victim, but also for each crime by requiring sexual offenders to serve sentences that are proportional to the degree of harm inflicted on each victim. So what is it going to do? It's going to increase penalties for sexual offenses committed against children. This includes increasing existing maximum and mandatory minimum terms of imprisonment for certain offenses, as well as ending sentence discounts for child pornography offenses when and where there is multiple child victims. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 also increases the penalties for breach of a number of supervision orders. These amendments are necessary to protect the community from offenders that deliberately persist in reoffending, and this despite having been given the privilege of being conditionally released in the community. Such amendments are not only integral to the protection of our communities, but necessary to incapacitate repeat sex child offenders who choose recidivism over rehabilitation and continue unlawful conduct over peaceful reintegration into the community. And again, I think there is not one of us who, as members of Parliament, have not had concerned citizens phoning their office when there is a repeat child offender that has been released into their communities. And in many cases, I have seen them go on to repeat again. And I think we're all absolutely horrified that the system that we had in place did not actually address those issues. These proposed amendments would ensure consistency in punishment for breaches of prohibition orders imposed on child sexual offenders, Section 161, breaches of probation orders, Section 733.1, and breaches of peace bonds, Section 811, imposed on individuals feared to be at risk of committing a sexual offense against a child. In all these cases, offenders will be liable to a maximum of 4 years imprisonment on indictment and 18 months imprisonment on summary conviction. The bill would also provide the same penalty for breach of the no prohibition order, which is Section 162.2, created by Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act, which can be imposed for the new offence of non-consensual distribution of intimate images, and Bill C-13 came into force in March 10, 2015. Furthermore, Bill C-26 would make it an aggravating factor on sentencing for an offender to commit an offence while on parole, statutory release, or unescorted temporary absences, or while being subject to a conditional sentence order. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments would also ensure that the relevant evidence is available in prosecuting child predators in the case of child pornography. As a general rule, the spouse of a person accused of most offences cannot testify for the prosecution, even if they want to. The exceptions to this rule permit spousal testimony for most child sexual offences and offences of violence against a young person, but I think it's important to note that it didn't include for child pornography offences. In the case of child pornography, evidence of the accused spouse is often required to prove the guilt of the accused. For example, the spouse denial of responsibility for child pornography or a shared home computer may be necessary to prove the accused's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Bill C-26 proposes to amend the Canada Evidence Act to add child pornography to the list of exceptions and therefore makes a spouse competent and compliable to testify for the prosecution. Mr. Speaker, C-26 proposed reforms also build on existing measures to better protect children in Canada and abroad against sexual abuse by convicted sex offenders. The bill proposes to establish a new publicly accessible national database of high-risk offenders convicted of childhood offences. Currently, all provinces and territories have the power to advise the public about the release of high-risk offenders. These notifications are made at the discretion of the police, and they contain characteristics about the offender and the nature of the offences committed. However, such notifications are limited to the jurisdiction and provinces where they are made. As such, what the database seeks to achieve is to expand access to all these local notifications on a national scale. We don't have any boundaries in terms of where the people go throughout Canada. The establishment of such a database is a great example of a coordinated effort to protect the community against convicted sex offenders because it would consolidate existing notifications in one publicly accessible spot. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, a complete and comprehensive response to child sexual exploitation also requires a coordinated effort that encompasses programs, services, and partnerships among key stakeholders, including federal government, provincial, territorial, law enforcement agencies, and civil society. In this respect, since 2010, the government has allocated $10.25 million for new or enhanced child advocacy centres to address the needs of child and youth victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, we obviously do have existing criminal prohibitions against sexual abuse. However, the fact that it was growing, as was indicated earlier by my honourable colleague opposite, growing in the last few years at an extraordinary rate. The fact that children account for 55% of all victims of a police-reported sexual offence, even though they only account for 20% of the Canadian population, is a stark reminder that more must be done. We must stop such heinous crimes, and as such, I urge all members of the House to unanimously support the passage of Bill C-26. Thank you.
Député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's very touching that she shared with us experiences that she has seen in her career. And I think that she's truly understood the importance of protecting those who have lived through such terrible crimes. I have a question that I would like to ask her concerning it. Well, does she agree with the basic principle that is that, yes, it's good to have harsher sentences, and we all agree with that. We're certainly in agreement with the fact that we need to give harsher punishment for such terrible crimes. But the fact that the crime was committed implies that there has been a victim, and I think that there are some things that could be done to prevent these crimes. Things we could do to prevent these crimes. Could we not go forward saying we want to do more prevention? We want to work harder to ensure that these crimes are not committed in the first place. So I'd like to hear her comments on that, and I'd like to thank her once again for her speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to acknowledge the very importance of what the Honourable Member said opposite. Absolutely, prevention is critical. As she knows, this is a piece of criminal justice legislation. I briefly alluded to some significant dollars, the $10.25 million for new enhanced child advocacy centres, but most importantly, it is in partnership with the provinces, it is in partnership with stakeholders that we will work on the issue of prevention. But again, I think it's important to point out this is a piece of justice legislation. It is not in any way precluding our obvious commitment in many areas to preventing this horrific and heinous crimes.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And notwithstanding the fact that it has taken 9 years to present this legislation, I have to say that I agree with the comments of my honourable colleague from the Conservative side. Of course, the whole problem needs to be addressed holistically in terms of not only legislation but also the issue of prevention, the issue of rehabilitation, and there is also one other important aspect, which is to fight cyber sexual exploitation and sexual exploitation in general. Now, we understand that the RCMP regularly underspends its budget to combat cyber sexual exploitation by a couple of $1 million, and I'd like to hear from my honourable colleague what explanation there is for this underspending, considering just how important a problem this is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the issue of cyberbullying is incredibly important, childhood pornography online. And our government is committed in terms of, obviously, within our budget to expending significant resources in that area. I talked a little bit about my personal experiences and how horrific it was to deal with some cases that we had to deal with over the year. I can only imagine the incredible challenge it is to have someone in those positions. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to have people in those positions. We need them to be doing the job, but don't ever underestimate what a soul-destroying job that is.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary how important it is to have this kind of legislation to play a deterrent value. In Canada, she anecdotally talked about some of the experiences where the people closest to the perpetrators weren't able to recognize that. And from a prevention standpoint, it makes it very difficult if the people closest can't recognize the illness and criminality of the individuals perpetrating these kind of offences, and that this kind of legislation will both serve as a deterrent and ensure that that the reoffending of this will be a lot more difficult to do and further down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the increase in mandatory minimums and maximum sentences, for one thing, of course, keeps these perpetrators off the street for a longer period of time. So that actually not only allows the increased opportunity, hopefully, for some rehabilitation in the system, but it really is keeping them off the streets and keeping them away from the ability to reoffend.
Resuming debate, will you please debate. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and have the opportunity to speak about our government's decisive action to keep our streets and our communities safe. And I'm proud to note that we have a particular focus on protecting the most vulnerable of all in our society, and that is our dear children. Since 2006, we've taken a number of actions in this regard, including enacting new and increasing existing mandatory minimum penalties for child sex offences, and also making it illegal for anyone to provide sexually explicit material to a child for the purpose of facilitating the commission of a sexual offence against that child, among many others. Recently, as members of this House full know, we took action to crack down on the issue of cyberbullying, and that has been mentioned in speeches here already. We've all been moved by several tragic cases that we've heard across the country and in North America, where a young life has been lost due to the emotional torment caused by cyberbullying. And that is why last year we passed legislation to give police and prosecutors new tools to effectively address cyberbullying. Although our government has taken significant strides to protect our children, more work remains to be done. Of course, more work always remains to be done. And sadly, other threats to our children exist, and perhaps none so disturbing as the threat from child sexual offenders, and that seems to be growing and increasing domestically and abroad as well. In 2013 alone, in Canada, some 4,200 sexual violations against children were reported to police. Those were just those that were reported, not to mention all those many others, no doubt, that have occurred and for one reason or other were not reported. Child sexual exploitation is a horrible, evil crime. And although most of us could never fully imagine the extent of devastation caused by this type of sexual abuse, by abuse of this sort, we understand that the impacts on these victims endure long after the abuse ends. And that's why we're committed to doing everything we can to protect our children, and that's why our government has introduced the comprehensive legislation before us. The Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act will help us better address the enormity of this crime and further crack down on offenders convicted of child sexual abuse offences. It proposes a range of measures to protect our children. It will take a few moments for me to outline some of these changes that we've proposed, beginning with the proposed changes to the Criminal Code. The very first is to ensure that those convicted of child pornography and contact child sexual offences serve their sentences one after another, consecutively, instead of this discounting where we pile one on the other and they get a break and less time served. Particularly, this is for offenders who have victimized multiple children. And further, this legislation would increase both maximum and minimum penalties for child sex offences and increase penalties for violation of conditions of supervision orders as well. And finally, it would ensure that the spouse of a person charged with child pornography offences could be obliged to testify in court. And that's important, as often it's the spouse who can provide testimony that is needed to secure convictions in these cases. Now I'd like to turn our attention to focus on some of the important proposed amendments in this particular bill, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. Before I get into the changes, I would note that this act, which came into force in 2004, allowed for the establishment of a database containing information on convicted sex offenders across Canada called the National Sex Offender Registry. It's administered by the RCMP and used by police across Canada to help prevent and to investigate crimes of a sexual nature. There are currently approximately 37,000 sex offenders listed on the database, of which 25,000 have been convicted of a sex offense against a child. And certainly some important reporting obligations are already in place in the current system. For example, offenders are required to report annually and any time they change their address or legal name, and all registered sex offenders are required to report absences of 7 days or more for trips either within or outside of Canada. It's also worth noting that significant reforms came into effect in 2011 to strengthen the registry and the National DNA Data Bank. And those changes include the automatic inclusion and mandatory DNA sampling of convicted sex offenders in the registry, proactive use of the registry by police in order to prevent offences, registration of sex offenders convicted abroad, and parallel amendments to ensure reforms apply to those convicted of sex offences through the military justice system. Nevertheless, legitimate concerns remain about our ability to know the whereabouts of sex offenders, particularly given offenders' mobility to travel abroad, to travel to other countries. Internationally, approximately 1 million children are exploited by sex tourists and sex traffickers each year. And our government is committed to taking action to protect children from sexual exploitation, no matter where in the world it may occur. Indeed, the changes we are proposing to the Sex Offender Information Registration Act will allow us to better protect children from sexual exploitation both in Canada and abroad by ensuring that police have more information about travel plans of sex offenders. One proposed change is to broaden the reporting requirements for registered sex offenders about their international travel plans. I mentioned a moment ago that all registered sex offenders are required to report absences of 7 days or more for trips within or outside Canada. However, currently the requirement for them to provide specific destinations and addresses is for domestic trips only. And we're proposing that sex offenders convicted of child sex offences be required to report absences of any duration for trips abroad, and again, providing specific travel dates and locations. Registered sex offenders traveling abroad would be required to report every address or location at which they expect to stay for a trip of 7 days or longer, and the specific dates that they will depart and return. That brings me to the next proposed change, one that will allow for the establishment of information sharing between officials with access to the National Sex Offender Registry and officials at the Canadian Border Services Agency. Although this may surprise some, there's currently no mechanism for information sharing regarding sex offenders between those two organizations. And it goes without saying that limits our knowledge of sex offenders when they travel. And to close this gap, the bill proposes to authorize registry officials to disclose information about certain registered sex offenders to officials at the Canadian Border Services Agency, and particularly in cases of child sex offenders assessed as high risk, so that they can be placed on a lookout system. In addition, border officials would be authorized to collect travel information about these sex offenders upon their return to Canada and then share it with National Sex Offender Registry officials. And finally, the bill includes provisions that would authorize the RCMP to establish and administer a publicly accessible national database of high-risk child sex offenders. Essentially, this would be a separate database that will centralize public access to certain information on high-risk child sex offenders who have already been the subject of a public notification in a provincial or a territorial jurisdiction. In conclusion, these changes will allow us to further deliver on some of the worthy commitments that we have made to Canadians, namely to ensure that those who break the law are punished accordingly for their actions, and that penalties match the severity of the crimes, and that the rights of the victims come before the rights of the criminals. But above all, these changes will allow us to better shelter children, both in Canada and abroad, from the horrific crime of child sexual exploitation. And so therefore I call on members of all parties in this House for their support of this very worthy measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to follow up the question that my colleague from Mount Royal had put forward, and that's in regards to the issue of the RCMP funding. We know that, yes, it's great to see the legislation, but having said that, it's watching what the government is doing with the budget, which assists us in dealing with the issue of child exploitation, in particular through the Internet, where the RCMP have now consistently underspent that very important aspect of the budget by $2 million. It's going to work out to about $10 million over 5 years. My question to the member is, if the government is so committed to dealing with child exploitation, the greatest growth of that child exploitation that we're witnessing today is in the cyber world. Why would the RCMP, from his perspective, not be spending their full budget?
The honourable member for Saskatoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member asked a very good question, and it's probably better directed, of course, to the Commissioner of the RCMP. And I hope he's tuned in today listening, and so that those dollars are expended in terms of pursuit of those individuals that are using the Internet for these nefarious purposes. So a good question. They should be spending those monies. They should be using those dollars effectively and efficiently to get at the very heart of this and the very root of it, which is very often the Internet. So good question, and we hope the RCMP spends to the appropriate extent to get at the Internet issue, which is the biggest problem here of all. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. Resuming a question. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to ask my honourable colleague to follow up on some of the tenure that we've heard from the opposition side in respect to the absolute need for prevention first. And obviously, when we present these kind of bills, they're not done in a vacuum. We do have a suite of investments and programs and services that exist beyond a single piece of legislation to work on the prevention end. But of course, prevention also includes deterrence. It includes the ability for the Canadian court system to deploy reasonable sentences on people to ensure their ability to reoffend is completely diminished. And it also sends a signal to the victims in our country of how seriously this government and our nation takes crimes of this nature. I'm just wondering if the honourable member can comment generally on that viewpoint. Thank you.
It says no. There's never even the honourable for Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
That, of course, is the highest task and demand of a government, is to protect its own citizens in various ways. And as the honourable member from Yukon makes the point well, we need to be doing that. We need to be making sure that our citizens are protected, and we're taking the kind of measures that send a very strong message, an incentive, I guess, or an inducement to many others to avoid that. But as he also alludes, no question, we need to do what we can on the preventive side of it. So I think our government is trying to get at both of those. Any government, of course, responsibly We'll look at the preventive aspects and how we can prevent people from coming into that in the first place. And that's a whole kettle of fish, as we said, and the Internet, of course, and use of the Internet is a big part of that problem, and working with providers so that some of this stuff is shut down. But as my colleague rightly makes the point, we need to provide those kind of measures in the criminal code that make the punishment, that send the message. And so we have done this by this particular bill and others as well. And I thank him for the good work that he has done all through his riding and in respect to these kinds of measures. I know he's pushed them hard and he supports them, and I thank him for that.
Resuming debate, les prises du débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right at the start, may I say that, what a privilege it is to be able to stand in the House and be able to provide comment on what I believe are very important issues facing Canada today, and have been there for a number of years in certain social policy issues. Yesterday we spent a great deal of time talking about ISIL as an example and the important issue of terrorism, and now today we have before us an important piece of legislation that is, in fact, dealing in a positive way. It is some steps forward with the issue of child exploitation. And once again, we have an issue before the House that is of critical importance, that Canadians have an expectation that the government's going to do whatever it can in order to have an impact on a positive way on a very important social issue. I'd like to take a bit of a different perspective on the debates and the discussions that I've heard thus far on Bill C-26. But first, if I may, Mr. Speaker, clearly indicate that the Liberal Party does support Bill C-26, the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act. We see this, as I say, a bill that moves us in the right direction. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more to it than just in dealing with this issue than just bringing forward legislation. They say proof is in the pudding, or action speaks louder than words. Quite often, Mr. Speaker, we find that the government's actions have fallen short in dealing with the important issues that Canadians want this government to be able to deal with. What I wanted to start my comments off with, Mr. Speaker, is to talk about, we hear a lot about child exploitation, sexual exploitation, and there's a great deal of growth in the Internet aspect of child exploitation. There's absolutely no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to get some time to be able to reflect on that towards the end of my speech. For now, I want to talk about the social conditioning, what is actually taking place in our communities. The issue of exploitation has been there, Mr. Speaker, for many, many years. We have seen a significant increase in that exploitation since we have seen the technology of the Internet continues to expand and access, in particular to child videos, children that are in fact being exploited in such a way that it would be absolutely totally unacceptable by the standards of true Canadian values. Yesterday we were talking about our heroes, members of the Canadian forces, whether male, female members that are out there defending us and executing what we believe is important as legislators or as a Canadian society. And they are heroes, Mr. Speaker. Well, there are other types of heroes that we have. We talk about the RCMP and the fine work that they do. We talk about other law enforcement agencies. There is a special group, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, of law enforcement agencies that I would like to single out. These are the individuals that are at the ground level, day in and day out, having to fight child exploitation, in particular sexual exploitation. I've had the opportunity to have met with in a personal way a number of police officers or law enforcement officers that have had to deal with this issue, Mr. Speaker. One in particular that talks about having to view literally hours and hours and hours of having the unfortunate responsibility of having to view images. And, Mr. Speaker, how horrendous these images are, whether it's in the form of a still picture or it is a video production. And we have law enforcement officers in Canada that have to do this horrendous work in order to ensure that there is some justice that is brought to society, in particular, Mr. Speaker, our victims and those individuals are brought to justice that are perpetrating this issue, Mr. Speaker, or this horrendous crime. So I do recognize the efforts of those law enforcement officers and others, Mr. Speaker, that are engaged at the ground level in protecting our most vulnerable, or some of our most vulnerable in society, Mr. Speaker. They should be applauded and recognized, as far as I'm concerned, as heroes, Mr. Speaker, because it is not an easy job. As I've indicated, and I know other members in their comments have made reference to this particular profession in terms of the type of responsibility that they have. I would like to bring it in terms of, as I say, to the issue of social conditioning and what is actually taking place in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, if I may cite an example of what I believe is a huge success story. We have Marymount which happens to be located in Winnipeg North, but it has been around in Manitoba now for about 100 years, recognizing that there is different forms of exploitation, and that exploitation has been taking place for many, many years. I've had the opportunity on a couple of occasions over the years to be able to be on Marymount's grounds. I've had the opportunity to have a tour and to participate, Mr. Speaker, in some discussions in terms of just exactly what it is that Marymount does. And again, Mr. Speaker, I would emphasize how wonderful it is that we have this special group of people that, in fact, make a difference in lives. In Marymount, to give members a sense in terms of what their responsibilities are, is that there are many different types of families, some of which are dysfunctional, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, where there is no guidance being provided to children. And often you will find a child will end up being on the streets, and as a result, they are, in fact, exploited. And you have individuals that have some really challenged in terms of just being able to accept what most Canadians would perceive as acceptable behavior. Well, Marymount is a facility, a home, that provides an alternative in the short term for many of these challenged young girls, Mr. Speaker, and young ladies that are trying to get their lives back in order. And it's one of the tours that I had of the facility, Mr. Speaker, which spoke to me in a very loud way, was when in the tour I met this one young lady, and the social worker that was taking me through the tour introduced me to her and indicated that they were so proud of her because here we are, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and she hasn't hidden anyone today, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reason why I say that is because, you know, can you imagine the condition that particular individual would have been growing up in? And I would guess that she might have been late teens, Mr. Speaker, 15 at the youngest, maybe 18, when I had met her. And if you were to canvass and get a sense of who was actually in Marymount as clients, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that you would get many different horror stories in terms of the many different types of exploitation that is happening today in our communities, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about child prostitution. We can talk about the drugs that are in our communities, and there's a reason why they're being fed and encouraged to take drugs, and it is in good part about sexual exploitation. We can talk about individuals that are there that have been exploited over the internet, Mr. Speaker. Well, why do I bring up Marymount? I believe that there are many wonderful organizations, some of which that have been well established, such as Marymount for 100 years, to some that have been established in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, to those organizations that are wanting to establish foundations or support groups that are going to be there for the victims of exploitation, Mr. Speaker, to assist them in being able to recover, to assist them in being able to get a better chance at being able to succeed in life. These are the types of groups and associations that government should be looking at in terms of how it is that we can invest in the resources to support those young ladies, which are predominantly young ladies, but there's also, Mr. Speaker, many young boys that are also exploited in whether it's through internet or on the streets of many of our communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, these are the type of things in which the government should be addressing in a more progressive fashion. And we're disappointed that the issue has not been dealt with, has not received the type of debate inside the House, has not received the sense of cooperation with the different levels of government working together in order to have the desired impact that Canadians want us to have on such a very, very important issue, Mr. Speaker. If we talk about the exploitation and where, and if I wanted to get very specific with the government, the greatest, one of the, if not the greatest growth area in terms of child exploitation is taking place on the internet. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, I believe in the last couple of years we've seen a 6%, it's around a 6% increase in exploitation. And this exploitation ranges from ages from 4-year-olds, from what I understand, and I suspect it's even younger than that, sadly, Mr. Speaker, to young ladies and boys, Mr. Speaker, 17, 18, 19-year-olds, and everything in between. Remember, I talked to you about those heroes, the law enforcement officers. Well, we have a situation where the Government of Canada has an exploitation unit of sorts which is supported by the RCMP in terms of monitoring and looking into what is taking place on the internet and to track down some of these perpetrators and try to shut down internet sites that are promoting child exploitation. They're out there trying to identify those pedophiles, Mr. Speaker, that are causing so much harm to our young people in all regions of our country, Mr. Speaker. Well, we have a budget that's allocated out for that, that special unit, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, and they've constantly been challenged to underspend their budget. And, Mr. Speaker, depending on who it is that you will talk to, I can tell you that I've heard comments very specific that there is this challenge to all government members, all ministers and their departments, to underspend their budget. And we know, Mr. Speaker, We know for a fact that this government continues to allocate certain blocks of money and then stand on a pedestal and say, we are committed to fighting X, we have allocated this kind of money to it, but in reality, they constantly underspend. Well, Mr. Speaker, there has been no exception, not even when it comes to fighting cyber sexual exploitation that's taking place today and is growing industry today here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP have underspent by about $2 million annually, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're talking about overall $10 million plus, Mr. Speaker, on dealing with shutting down these sites that are causing the problems, on dealing with getting the prosecutions that are so critically important of the individuals that are masterminding and taking advantage of these young children, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is the type of thing in which the Liberal Party has raised, whether it's inside the House or outside the House, as completely unacceptable. That the government needs to recognize that this is an important issue that all Canadians are quite passionate about, Mr. Speaker. And they want the government to do what it can. Yes, it's great that we have legislation that's before us that will have a limited but good impact, Mr. Speaker. As I say, we are supporting the legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, we want the government to do more than bring in legislation, especially when you take a look at the fact that, we happen to be in an election year. And that's, one of the reasons why I suspect that we find the government's motivated to bring in some of the legislation that they have been introducing in recent months, Mr. Speaker. I cite, and others have cited, the RCMP as one issue in terms of the government. But there are others. In committee, we had great explanations in terms of the cuts to the Circles of Support and Accountability program, Mr. Speaker. Here, the federal government is cutting back on a program that has been actually very successful. And we had professionals that came before a committee testifying to the degree in which it has been successful, Mr. Speaker. It has been indicated that 240 sexual crimes never happened because of this particular program, and this is according to a government study, Mr. Speaker. That's 240 sexual crimes that have never happened. So when the government talks about, well, we want to deal with this type of exploitation, Mr. Speaker, legislation is one thing. I understand I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, and I'll have some more time at the end of question period, I suspect, to be able to conclude my remarks.
Minutes after question period, but now it's 11 o'clock, so we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, March 21st, I had the honour of speaking at the Wildwood Branch 149 Royal Canadian Legion's annual rally in my riding of Yellowhead. It was there I had the pleasure of meeting a wonderful young lady named Ruby Huddleston, a longtime volunteer and Legion member. Upon meeting Ruby, she informed me she was having her 90th birthday on March 26th and invited me to her birthday party to be held at Wildwood's local community hall. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend my sincere wishes for a very special 90th birthday for Ruby. I salute you, Ruby, and all Legion volunteers for all the work they do, are doing, and will be doing on behalf of our veterans. God bless and happy birthday.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Plainville. Mr. Speaker, this week we learned that the CBC has eliminated another 100 jobs because of budget cuts by this government. That is now 535 jobs abolished or done away with in French services in a year. Even if the minister has convinced herself of the opposite, the people, this is terrible. The people of my riding joined thousands of Quebecers and Canadians across Canada who care about our broadcaster and want to keep this cultural flagship. The Théâtre de Vieux Vervonne even adopted a resolution to denounce the CBC cuts to the CBC by the Conservatives. We need to guarantee stable multi-year funding for the CBC, and that's what we'll do when we form the first NDP government next October. Thank you.
Okanagan Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to take a moment today to recognize our local media. Often working with very limited budgets and having to cover a huge diversity of different subjects over large geographical areas is a challenge. Yet it is a challenge they meet as it is a world filled with deadlines. One such local journalist in Okanagan Coquihalla is Dorothy Brotherton. For over 2 decades now, Dorothy has been a dedicated professional, telling the stories of the Okanagan and keeping citizens up to date and informed. But as one of the longest-serving journalists in our region, Dorothy has made the decision to accept a new assignment, that of a full-time grandmother. I hope the House will join with me in recognizing Dorothy Brotherton's long-time service to her community as a journalist and our best wishes in retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise and offer my best wishes to those preparing to celebrate Vaisakhi here in Canada and around the world. Vaisakhi is celebrated annually by Hindus and Buddhists for several reasons, including as a way of reflecting and looking forward to the prosperity and to the novelty of the year ahead. Vaisakhi is also an important observance for our friends within the Sikh community, as it recalls the founding of the Khalsa Sikh community in 1699. At its core, Vaisakhi is a day of family and community. It is a time to gather at gurdwaras to pray, to read from sacred scriptures, and to contemplate the blessings of today while looking to the future with confidence and hope. As the faithful mark this special occasion at vibrant parades, including many of us here in the House, and other Canadians and other processions, on behalf of the Liberal caucus, I offer my best wishes for a successful year ahead. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans. Oh. Ottawa Orleans.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. The 8th annual Hearts of Gold Gala to honour the most deserving community volunteers in Ottawa Orleans will be held next May 20th at the Orleans Royal Canadian Legion, the friendliest legion in the region.
This gala lets us pay tribute to the volunteers of Ottawa Orleans for the energy and imagination they devote to making our community the best place to live.
Over the past 7 years, 484 dedicated volunteers have been honoured at this gala. Of those, 9 received Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee Medal. Ottawa Orleans benefits from the work of 300 organizations whose lifeblood is their volunteers.
Nominations are being received now, and anyone who would like to nominate a volunteer in Ottawa Orleans for their dedication and service over the past year has until April 20th to do so.
Call me at 995-1800. When I'm at the office, I pick up my own phone and I answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. I'd like to highlight a remarkable sign of solidarity by a citizen of my riding who undertook the ambitious project of offering a house to the Corbeil-Clément family. They had the misfortune of seeing their house burned to the ground last December with no insurance and a heavily mortgaged property. They experienced the worst possible Christmas. But the electrical contractor, Michel Hainaut, was touched by the situation, and he gave himself the mission of rebuilding the fire-gutted home with the help of volunteers. He collected $170,000, and a week after the drama, Mr. Hainaut unveiled during a benefit evening, the amount gathered for the reconstruction of the house. Therefore, he was able to, with his team, give many gifts to the family, as well as a trip and complete furnishings for the house, whose construction work will wrap up around mid-April. Many thanks to Mr. Eno and his team for having moved heaven and earth to transform what was a nightmare into a real fairy tale. Thank you.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians will be riveted by the playmaking at the 2015 Ford World Curling Championships over 9 days starting this Saturday. I know that Moose Jaw native Pat Simmons, along with John Morris, Carter Rycroft, Nolan Thiessen, will proudly represent Canada. The foursome delivered a stellar performance in the Brier final just a couple of weeks ago. 12 countries will be represented at the 56th Annual Championships taking place in Halifax. Along with Canada, there are also teams from the United States, Switzerland, Sweden, Scotland, Russia, Norway, Japan, Italy, Finland, China, and the Czech Republic. Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues to join me in wishing Team Canada all the best as they wear the maple leaf, aim for the button, and reach for the world title. Go, Canada, go!
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow tens of thousands of people will visit Elmira to celebrate the 51st annual Elmira Maple Syrup Festival. This festival is the largest of its kind in the world. Over 2,000 dedicated volunteers devote hundreds of hours to make the day a huge success. All proceeds from the festival are returned to charitable organizations. I am extremely proud of the festival and the incredible work they do to give back to our community. The Elmira Community Nursery School, Epilepsy Waterloo Wellington, Child Witness Center, Waterloo Region Suicide Prevention Council, Women's Crisis Service of Waterloo Region, and Woolwich Counseling Center are just a few of the organizations that have benefited from the great work of the festival. So join us tomorrow to enjoy the Sugar Bush tours, pancake flipping competitions, the famous outdoor mall, antiques, crafts, and of course, gallons of fresh Canadian maple syrup. From 10,000 attendees 50 years ago to the more than 64,000 that came out last year, let's make 2015 the biggest year yet. My deepest thanks and appreciation to all who make the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival the best and biggest in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, on March 7th, the lovely man and the former MP for Beaches and Beaches Woodbine died. This chamber was Neil Young's place of work from 1980 to 1993. But Neil lived his life at the heart of the beach, and he will carry on in the hearts of many in Beaches East York. Neil was what we all ought to be as people and as politicians. Excuse me, modest, determined, ambitious for those he represented, not for himself, loving to those who needed care and caring to those he loved. And what I love most especially about Neil, joyful in the face of adversity. Robbie Burns wrote Neil's epitaph, and I paraphrase only slightly. An honest man now lies at rest, as ever God with his image blessed, a friend of man, a friend of truth, the friend of age and guide of youth. Few hearts like his with virtue warmed, few heads with knowledge so informed. If there's another world, he lives in bliss. If there is none, he made the best of this. Rest in peace, Neil, and thank you.
The honourable member for Whitby, Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It won't be long now until the world's best female soccer players are here in Canada. And I'm looking forward to next week's launch of the first ever Coca-Cola FIFA Women's World Cup Trophy Tour. And it's going to 12 cities across Canada. Wow. So those that visit the fan experience will have an opportunity for fun, games, and can have their photo taken with the actual FIFA trophy. And I know a tour like this will also inspire Canadians to get active and to make sports and activity a part of their lives. And of course it will build excitement ahead of the tournament. I'd like to thank Coca-Cola Canada and its president for supporting opportunities like this. It's a great example of community support and business leadership. And of course, I'm wishing the tour great success and encourage Canadians to visit the fan experience in their community and wish Canada's national women's team the success in the tournament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Laval and Les Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this chamber today to highlight the 50th anniversary of my hometown, Laval, where I grew up and where I've worked and had the opportunity to represent today in the House of Commons. Our city, which will have the pleasure of claiming one of the great prime ministers of Canada, the member for Outremont, is a must-visit destination. It's for its people, its artistic, cultural diversity, and artisans, and community commitment. It's a place that knows how to leave its mark. Over the last 50 years, the people of Laval, who are committed, determined, and welcoming, have known how to build a city that is prosperous and a good place to live. I'm very proud to represent my constituents at the Canadian Parliament, and with the same pride, I invite the members of this chamber to participate in the festivities that will be unfolding at home over the course of the year, and that I hope they'll join me in saying Happy 50th Birthday, Laval.
Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Speaker, First Nations, like all Canadians, want and deserve transparency and accountability from their governments. 2 years ago today, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and I were very pleased to announce that the First Nations Financial Transparency Act received royal assent. The passage of this important legislation into law represents a milestone for those First Nation community members who have been calling for greater accountability and transparency. This act is helping to deliver more effective, transparent and accountable governments, which will contribute to stronger, more self-sufficient and prosperous communities. I am pleased to report that more than 96% of bands have complied. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, including First Nations, support greater transparency from their leadership. It is shameful that the Liberal leader has said he would scrap a law that empowers members to access the basic information on their community finances. On this side of the House, we will continue to stand firm on accountability and transparency for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
This week, a resolution calling on the Canadian Parliament to apologize for the Kamagata Maru incident was unanimously passed by the Punjab Assembly. Last year, we commemorated the centennial anniversary of the incident. However, the Canadian government has yet to issue a formal apology in the House. The Kamagata Maru incident was a dark moment in Canada's past. In 1914, 352 passengers aboard the steamship were denied entry into Canada based on a discriminatory immigration policy. The ship was forced to return to India, and as a result, 19 passengers were killed. In 2008, the Liberal Party introduced a motion that was unanimously passed by the House of Commons, calling on the Canadian government to issue a formal apology. On May 7, 2014, in reference to the Kamagata Maru, I stated, as we mark what will be the 100th anniversary of this tragic event, I would ask that the Prime Minister provide a formal apology here on the floor of the House of Commons this month. The Prime Minister has not responded. With Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, visiting Canada next month, it is time that the Canadian government issue a formal apology on the floor of the House of Commons. If not, the leader of the Liberal Party will provide a formal apology if we are elected into government later this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mothers and fathers should be able to make the important decisions that affect their own children. That's why our new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will give 100% of the families with kids an average of more than $1,100 per year to spend on their priorities, Mr. Speaker. The majority of benefits flow to low and middle income families. Our government trusts parents to invest in their children. The contrast is simple. The Liberals believe bureaucracy knows best when it comes to Canadian families. Both the Liberals and the NDP want to see this money back in the hands of bureaucrats. Mr. Speaker, mums and dads don't need to be told how to spend their money on their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
When the leader of the official opposition stood in this House and asked pointed and important questions about Canada's legal justification for its planned intervention in Syria, the Prime Minister had the audacity and immaturity to respond by dismissing this serious question as a joke. Abiding by international law when sending our soldiers into conflict zones is not a laughing matter. So far, we've heard many competing legal justifications from this government, all dubious at best. It's the same cavalier approach that the Conservatives are taking on Bill C-51. dismissing concerns about personal liberties and suggesting that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is simply a matter of discretion. Canadians have had enough of this. They want a government that will respect international law and protect their rights and freedoms. And that's precisely what an NDP government will do.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, les familles canadiennes.
Speaker, Canadian families recognize that the Conservative government is the only party that understands the needs of parents. That is why we introduced tax decreases for family, that we have improved the universal child care benefit, and we are providing support to thousands of families that have children.
Tax relief for Canadian families in modern Canadian history. And Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of these benefits will go to low or medium income families. Sadly, the NDP and Liberals have not followed our lead in supporting Canadian families to choose the type of childcare that works for them. Instead, the NDP have pledged to undo our support and impose a one-size-fits-all bureaucratic scheme that fails to do anything for 90% of families. And the Liberals, well, simply put, they will take this money away. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker. The NDP and Liberals need to stop listening to elites and start listening to real Canadian parents. Our government remains the only one that supports mums and dads in making the best decisions for their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even if the Conservatives have limited the number of witnesses and cut short debate at committee, we've been able to hear many witnesses, many experts from across the country, almost all of whom have reconfirmed what we've been saying since the beginning. The Conservatives have got it wrong by refusing to listen to criticism of Bill C-51. Why is the Conservative government moving forward with such a bill, even though their own witnesses are calling for major changes to the bill? Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the reason that we have presented this bill is to protect Canadians, to protect our country. And we are now in the committee process. It's necessary to continue that process, to hear from witnesses, to hear from those who appear before the committee, and we are respecting that process.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, don't take our word for it, Mr. Speaker. 90% of Conservative witnesses said changes were needed. Now, Bill C-51 is so flawed that even the former head of CSIS Intelligence says that more oversight is needed. Unlike the minister, he understands that when CSIS is being given sweeping new powers, it needs increased oversight and review to go along with them. It's a very simple concept. Will the minister accept our amendments to improve oversight, as 95% of all witnesses and 90% of Conservative witnesses have recommended?
The honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at what some of the witnesses have actually said. This is from Ms. Raheel Raza, president of Muslims Facing Tomorrow. She said, quote, "Legislation is important to combat radicalization. We need better tools to track jihadists who travel overseas." Let's listen to what the director, Mr. Ray Boivin, the former assistant director to CSIS, had to say. C-51 will be a very effective tool and way to get jihadist propaganda off the internet. Mr. Speaker, these are the voice of the experts who are saying C-51 will be an important way in which this government can continue to protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
And almost every single one of them said more oversight is needed, Mr. Speaker. They're just not listening. And that's the kind of answer that means that the more Canadians hear about this bill, the less they like it. So Conservatives should really listen to the witnesses, including prominent First Nation witnesses. Everyone from National Chief Perry Bellegarde to tribal councillors and activists have been clear that C-51 poses a real threat to the ability of First Nations to defend their rights and title. Why is the minister refusing to acknowledge that C-51 threatens First Nations rights? And why such disrespect to First Nations, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, like so much of the rhetoric coming from members opposite, that is absolute nonsense. This is a bill not designed whatsoever to impact or affect peaceful protest or those who may take issue with government. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill aimed directly at giving our security agencies the necessary support, tools, legislation, and resources to go after people who are directly targeting Canada. Yep. Those are terrorists, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Those who have in the past and may in the future impact directly on the safety of Canadians inside and outside our country. That's why we're bringing forward the legislation. That's why we're participating in an important international mission, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. The more we study C-51 at committee, the more we realize that the Conservatives haven't done their homework. Yesterday we learned that all of the changes to the no-fly list were made without consulting airlines. Those are the people who will be in charge of applying those changes. That's not rigorous preparation, Mr. Speaker. Why have the Conservatives written such a half-baked bill? Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, the honourable member should and would be aware that we have in fact consulted broadly, but let's not lose sight of the urgency of this matter. Let's not lose sight of the fact of what happened here in October, what has happened, Mr. Speaker, in other countries. These are terrorist actions that go directly to the safety and security of Canadians. And similarly, the actions that we are taking with regard to the mission overseas, these are actions consistent with Canadia's storied history and past in promoting and protecting interests at home and abroad.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. After 2 weeks of study, problem after problem with Bill C-51, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, what we have before us is a botched bill. Any government worth its salt would go back to the drawing board. Why are the Conservatives insisting on passing a bill that puts our freedoms at risk and which, at the end of the day, simply won't work? Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the member is wrong with that evaluation of this bill.
Comprehensive measures contained in Bill C-51 that directly go to the heart and effort of protecting Canadians, whether it be giving our security forces greater ability to promote and protect Canadians' interests, to preempt some of those actions, to change the legislation with insertions in the criminal code that allow us to do more to prevent radicalization and recruitment online. Mr. Speaker, this is a comprehensive, important bill before Parliament. It is getting rigorous examination before committee. I would urge the honourable member to actually take the time to read it and delve a little deeper herself.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most important roles of the government is to inspire confidence in the Canadian economy. But we see clearly today that the confidence of businesses and consumers is fragile. The problem is that not only have the Conservatives not been getting the job done, but they refuse to talk about the economy. They've indefinitely delayed the budget because they have no plan. The finance minister can't be found, and he simply stopped answering questions about the economy and hasn't answered any for 2 months. So when will we see a budget? The Honourable Minister of State.
Again, our government has a low-tax plan for jobs and growth for all sectors of the Canadian economy. That plan, Mr. Speaker, is working very well. It will return Canada to balanced budget this year. The Minister has been very clear that we will not bring forward a budget until at least April. But, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member can be certain that when this budget is tabled here in this House, that it will be a budget that will continue on the same plan of lowering taxes, creating jobs, and coming to balance. Contrast that with the opposition that is a high-debt, high-spend party, Mr. Speaker, and also believes that budgets balance themselves.
For Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, that vaunted plan is clearly not working very well. Outside of a full recession, we've had the slowest consecutive 15 months of job growth on record. TD says things aren't going to get much better on the jobs front for 2 years. CIBC says we have the lowest quality job creation in a generation. The economy could use some confidence, not deafening silence. Where is the federal budget, and why has the finance minister chosen not to answer questions in this House for 2 months now?
The The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Speaker, it's exactly what we've been saying consistently, that the global recovery is fragile, and our Conservative government is focused on what matters most to Canadians. That economic action plan is a plan that helps create jobs, that keeps money in the pockets of Canadians, that lowers taxes for all Canadians. We know that the opposition would take those tax cuts away. They take pension income splitting away. They take universal child care benefits away. They continue to spend and raise taxes. Mr. Speaker, that would cost jobs. That's not what this economy needs. That's not. Canadians know they're better off with this Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, one of the government's most important jobs is to instill a sense of confidence in the economy, and that is clearly not happening now. In fact, Conservatives outright refuse to talk about the economy at all. They have indefinitely postponed their budget because they have no plan, and the Finance Minister simply stopped answering questions 2 months ago. The fiscal situation facing governments in Alberta and Quebec did not prevent them from making tough decisions and presenting budgets on time. Why is this government running away from its responsibilities?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the minister says, or the member says, we are talking about the economy. We're talking about the fact that Canada's Economic Action Plan has created 1.2 million net new jobs since the lowest part of the recession. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the economy and saying that we're going to keep taxes down. We're going to keep money in the pockets of Canadians. We're going to keep money for the families of Canadians. We're going to keep money in the pockets of pensioners and seniors, Mr. Speaker. We know that that party would take it all away. They would tax and spend. That's why they're looking forward to a budget. They believe that a budget is an opportunity to take from Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Scotland, Wanda Fuca.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 2 weeks of testimony, one thing that really stands out is what a bad job the Conservatives did in drafting C-51. Witness after witness has revealed how flawed the bill is. At committee, we learned the Conservatives hadn't even consulted Canadian Airlines on changes to the no-fly list. Here's what we heard from them at committee, that the changes in C-51 are likely unworkable and could end up costing airlines and travelers millions without making us safer. How could the minister fail to do such basic due diligence in drafting this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, with all legislation, it is, of course, incumbent upon the Department of Justice, other departments to give input into this legislation. Let's not overlook the intent here. This is about sharing information amongst government departments. It's about ensuring that our security agencies have the ability to follow the trail of terrorists, Mr. Speaker, to preempt, make arrests, prevent these acts of terror before they occur on Canadian soil, thus keeping Canadians safer. It's fine for the members of opposition to sort of throw these wild allegations and try to scare Canadians into thinking somehow that this bill is going to harm their rights. There is a balance struck, judicial oversight, and, Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Bellin. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we finished a marathon at committee listening to important testimony on Bill C-51. 45 of the 48 witnesses that we heard either asked us to amend the bill or to simply go back to the drawing board. It's time to act responsibly to deal with the problem of terrorism and radicalization. Will the minister listen to the concerns of experts on C-51 and make the major changes that are needed to the bill? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, I want to thank that honourable member and the members of the committee who have taken part in a very comprehensive study of this bill, a bill that does contain a number of extremely important provisions. We've heard from experts on the bill, and I thank her and members who have participated in what was obviously a very intense study of this legislation. We've heard from a number of important witnesses. We're proceeding now, Mr. Speaker, with the regular process that occurs with the examination of bills such as this. This is legislation that we believe sincerely will make Canadians safer. That's why it's before Parliament. That's why we have presented it in such a way. And I do encourage members opposite to support this important legislation.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Down this road before, Mr. Speaker, a badly drafted bill from the Conservatives that threatens the Charter is just going to land the government in court. The Canadian Bar Association said it best. C-51 is clearly unconstitutional. Why has the Minister of Justice, our Attorney General, lent his support to such a flawed and dangerous piece of legislation when it's his job to ensure the Constitution is respected?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Justice. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is the advice and the input from the Department of Justice and myself as Attorney General and Justice Minister that this bill, in fact, is constitutional, will meet the Charter screen. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to the point that she made with regard to the Canadian Bar Association. There is some reference in their testimony that judges will somehow be put in a compromised position. I remind her, and she, as a practicing lawyer, will know, judges each and every day are called upon to make assessments of evidence presented for warrants before them. Mr. Speaker, this is completely consistent with the tradition of the judiciary and the necessity. It should give her great solace and comfort, and the Canadian Bar Association, to know that judiciary are so involved in this process.
Honourable Member for Gatineau.
To put judges in a position to accept to do certain things illegally? No. Anyway, sur un autre registre.
On another register, this morning, in a split decision, 5-4, the Supreme Court of Canada decided that the Government of Canada can destroy data from the gun registry. But experts are unanimous that this destruction was a political decision. For the judges in the minority, the federal government, in its desire to destroy the data, wants to hurt the provinces. I wouldn't be very proud of that. Quebec was clear. The data is important for public safety. Will the Conservative government give the data to Quebec and be open federalists? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Canada has been very clear in this decision, and we are pleased that they upheld the decision of the Quebec Court of Appeal in this matter. I would like to remind the member opposite that we have a strong system of gun control in Canada, and our government has toughened laws and penalties for those who commit crimes with guns. We will continue to ensure safe and sensible firearms legislation.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, in January of this year, the Canadian government announced that it would resettle 10,000 Syrian refugees over the next 3 years. However, we know that the government only just met its 2013 targets for just 1,000 refugees, and that was 2 years late. And we still don't know, for example, when the first refugees will come or how many refugees will be supported by the state. So will the minister put in place a credible plan to respect his promises and ensure that these 10,000 refugees will come to Canada over the next 3 years? Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, as of March 10th, Mr. Speaker, our commitment to resettle 1,300 refugees from Syria was met. They have all been granted permanent residence. That's a commitment made, a commitment kept, Mr. Speaker. Canada has been and will continue to be a world leader in providing support for conflict-affected Syrians and Iraqis. And, Mr. Speaker, we are expanding our commitment to help Syrian refugees by resettling an additional 10,000 Syrians over the next 3 years. This brings Canada's total commitment to helping Syrian refugees, Mr. Speaker, to 11,300.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
So according to the Finance Minister, because of falling oil prices, he can't do his job and table a budget. Yet yesterday, Alberta, which is far more dependent on oil, well, you know what they did? They tabled a budget. So something doesn't add up here. And it's not just the Conservatives' plan to take billions away from the middle class and give it to the wealthy few. The Finance Minister can't seriously expect Canadians to accept his worn-out excuse. When will he stop hiding and table a budget that stands up for Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we know full well that we're in a fragile global economy, and of course this country has been severely impacted by the dramatic fall in oil prices. That is all the more reason to stick to Canada's action plan, to the government's low-tax plan that has generated 1.2 million net new jobs since the end of the recession. Mr. Speaker, it's because of actions like this that the overall federal tax burden is at the lowest in the last 50 years. Mr. Speaker, contrast that to an opposition that believes a $20 billion carbon tax would be the answer to the economy. Mr. Speaker, we know that that would cost jobs. They would raise...
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, fine, that didn't really look like the finance minister. You know, in fact, the finance minister hasn't been responding for weeks, and he's only answered questions on 4 days this year. Nobody's buying that it's because he's too busy to draft a budget. I mean, what is he using, an abacus? He's getting out his pot of ink and his feather quill, you know, dab, 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 slide another bead across. Come on! Does anyone on that side get that Canadians want answers and they want action on a budget?
Hear, hear. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, our government has a low-tax plan that benefits all Canadians, a low-tax plan that helps our economy grow, Mr. Speaker, a low-tax plan that helps all sectors of the Canadian economy. That plan is working. It will return Canada to balanced budget this year. We will bring forward the budget. The minister has said not before April, but we reject the opposition's plans to tax more. They look forward to a budget because they view it as a way to take money out of the pockets of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, they believe their $21 billion carbon tax is going to help grow an economy. We know that it would cost jobs. We're going to keep on track, Canadians.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, well, the Minister of State is living in an imaginary world. We're living in the real world, and it's a real world where the provinces are able to table budgets, but it seems like the Conservative government can't do that. Weeks, the government has hemmed and hawed and delayed important investments for the middle class, investments that are needed now. For example, tax cuts for small businesses or measures to support manufacturers and create jobs. How many more weeks does the middle class have to wait before it will see a plan that will put families' priorities first? The Honourable Minister of Employment. We have taken the middle class to heart. We have reduced taxes for the middle class, and we have the child care benefit. We have a plan that is reducing taxes for families with income splitting, which will give up to $2,000 per family, and we have also increased up to $2,000 the funds for children under the age of 6 and $720 for children under the age of 16. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP want to raise taxes and cut benefits to families, and we're not going to allow them to do that. The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, CBC Radio-Canada announced that 244 more jobs would be cut, including 100 in French services. In Quebec and across Canada, the regions are the victims of the blind cuts of this Conservative government. In general panic, the management at CBC Radio-Canada is getting rid of the next generation. Quebecers know that Radio-Canada is important throughout all the regions, across the province. Is the Minister of Heritage not embarrassed of these cuts to Radio-Canada? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, they can keep asking the question. The answer is going to be the same. CBC is responsible for its own operations. That's right. It's up to the CBC to provide programming that Canadians actually want to watch and listen to in both of our official languages. Our government provides the CBC with significant funding on a yearly basis. And, Mr. Speaker, if the member who sits on committee with me understood and certainly looked back, he'd understand and know that these changes are part of a strategic plan that the CBC went through in 2014 and is beginning to implement.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, despite announcing the Advanced Manufacturing Fund in March 2013, until today, not a single penny was spent from the fund, while our manufacturing sector in southwestern Ontario continues to suffer from Conservative neglect. It was only after the Liberals called them out on this neglect that the Conservatives quickly cobbled together today's announcement. So after 750 days of foot-dragging, can this government at least explain why are they making these companies pay federal tax on these loans just as if they were income?
Right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well,
Mr. Speaker, this gives me the opportunity to inform the House that the government has announced today that we are investing in Hamilton's manufacturing sector through the Advanced Manufacturing Fund. This investment will support nearly 80 jobs and create countless others in the supply chain. Our government will continue to support policies that create jobs and grow the economy. But, Mr. Speaker, it's kind of interesting because the Liberal leader has said that Southern Ontario needs to, quote, transition away from manufacturing-based employment as a driver in the economy.
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, no government is more sensitive to the price of oil than the Alberta government. And yet, yesterday, they managed to table a budget, as did Quebec. Meanwhile, here, the Conservatives are still using oil prices as a pretext to delay the budget. Just excuses. It's clear that they have no plan for the economy. We need to create good jobs. We need to invest in infrastructure, and that takes federal leadership. Where is the Minister of Finance? Where is the budget for 2015? Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Liberals want a budget is because they want to increase taxes on Canadian families. Canadians don't want increased taxes from the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader believes that budgets will balance themselves. That's not how it works. We have balanced our budget, and now we are helping families. We have reduced taxes on families with the family tax credit, and we have increased the child care benefit. This Conservative benefit, we are improving it, and we will continue to put money back into Canadians' pockets.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, their budgets are so horrible, maybe we are better off without one. But Canadian cities don't get that choice. They have to present their budgets, and they've done it again on time, and something this government hasn't done. Their budgets are actually balanced. They don't get to play hide and seek like the finance minister. They also don't get something else from this government. Infrastructure money. Because the balanced budget hasn't been presented, these cities haven't got money this year, and they didn't get money last year. That's no money for Vancouver, for Calgary, for Winnipeg, for Toronto, for Montreal, for Halifax. It's 2 years now with nothing. So Ollie Humphrey, can the finance minister come out from hiding under his desk? Can he...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That member may be interested in knowing these actual facts. First of all, the City of Toronto this year, Mr. Speaker, will receive $150 million through the gas tax fund alone. He may also be interested to know, Mr. Speaker, that since we formed government in 2006, Canada has consistently led the G7 with respect to investments in infrastructure as a percentage of GDP. Our average annual investments in infrastructure are 3 times greater than the previous Liberal government, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative cuts to the CBC continue to damage the cultural fabric of Canada. Yesterday, CBC management announced 244 layoffs. This on top of the 400 jobs lost in October. This latest round strikes at the heart of local news services. Mr. Speaker, Canadians believe that our public broadcaster is important. That's why an NDP government will reverse the Conservative cuts and stand up for the CBC. Why won't the Conservatives get on board?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've responded to this question 3 times, but I tell you what will strike at the hearts of Canadians, not at the media, but at families, at children across this country, is the NDP is prepared to reinvest, or they say they're going to spend all kinds of money on Crown agencies. They're going to involve themselves in the day-to-day operations of them. And where are they going to get that money from? They're going to stop income splitting. They're going to prevent pension splitting from happening, Mr. Speaker. And they're going to reverse the child care benefit to all families across this country. We're not going to do that. We're about families. They can worry about things that are relevant to, not to families, but to anyone else who actually isn't concerned about how they would govern.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Yesterday's CBC layoffs will have a huge impact on Western Canada. In British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan and Manitoba, another 76 jobs will be lost. Conservative cuts are simply destroying our public broadcaster. I hear it every day. Canadians understand the importance of quality local news and why we need a strong CBC. an NDP government will reverse the devastating $115 million that the Conservatives have cut from the CBC and stand up for the CBC. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives just take their hands off CBC?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the only party in this House who allows the CBC to do their job and keeps their hands away from interfering on the day-to-day operations is the party on this side of the House.
Exactly right.
We've allowed this Crown agency. They certainly have faced difficulties, Mr. Speaker. The changes in technology, the changes in demographics, the viewership in terms of what people want to watch and how they watch, that is left under the jurisdiction of the CBC. Let them implement their plan. They put one into place in 2014, Mr. Speaker. Let's let this Crown agency do its job and not interfere on a political basis. It's not what we're going to do on this side. We know that's what they want to do on the other side, Mr. Speaker.
And I have an update of Portneuf-Jacques.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is continuing to bleed Radio-Canada dry. The announcement will hit the regions really hard. For the French, in fact, Acadia, 10 jobs will be cut. Francophones in the Atlantic region have been fighting for centuries for their culture. They need a strong public broadcaster to support them. Doesn't the Minister understand that Francophones will bear the brunt of these cuts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House completely understand the role of the CBC, and that's to act as an independent Crown agency to deliver service to people across this country. We understand the role that CBC plays in remote and minority language communities. That's why they get significant taxpayer dollars on a yearly basis. Let them do their job, Mr. Speaker. It's what they do. They're professionals. They understand how to deliver that service. It's not easy to do in the times that we face today. Let the CBC do its job.
The Honourable Member from Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't understand anything. Cutting 244 positions means for people in my neck of the woods in Northern Ontario that 25% of positions will be abolished, a quarter of them. Francophones in Ontario need their TV and radio service in French. Will the Minister stop gutting CBC, our public broadcaster, and finally reinvest in Radio-Canada CBC? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government expects the CBC to fulfill its duty to provide quality programming to official language and minority communities under the Official Languages Act and the Broadcasting Act. The CRTC has express authority to ensure that the CBC is fulfilling its mandate under the law. We on this side of the House would like and let them fulfill that mandate, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to interfere with the day-to-day operations. It's obvious the other side of the House wants to do that. It's not our mandate to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government continues to stand up for hard-working Canadians. We have always believed that consumers should have more choice in choosing television channels, and that Canadians should only have to pay for channels they actually want to watch. Last week we fulfilled this commitment. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage please tell the House more about this good news?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has said all along, and I thank the member for his question, it's a question that Canadians have been concerned about for years and was addressed last week, Mr. Speaker. Our government has said Canadians should not have to pay for the channels they don't want in order to get the ones they do. In our speech from the throne, we promised to provide consumers with more choice in channels. That's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker. This will not only give more choice to consumers, it will help Canadian families make the best decisions on, guess what, Mr. Speaker, how to spend their dollars.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs shocked and deeply wounded Alberta First Nation leaders in alleging that unreleased RCMP data shows Indigenous men are 70% responsible for missing and murdered Aboriginal women. The RCMP have now directly contradicted this. I can personally attest, Mr. Speaker, to the relentless efforts of Alberta First Nation leaders, men and women, in seeking justice for their missing and murdered family members. And they have been relentless in calling this government to call for a judicial inquiry into missing and murdered women. Will this minister, who has made this shameful, groundless insult to Alberta First Nations, will he stand and apologize?
Honourable Minister from
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, violence against women and girls is simply not acceptable. This government has moved forward with an action plan, in fact, placed in this House in September of 2014. Unlike the opposition, who don't want to take action to actually help these women and their families, to make sure that they're protected, that shelters are created, or maybe supporting matrimonial property rights. This government is taking action to make sure that these heinous crimes are dealt with. The opposition just bury their heads in the sand.
The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Another file bearing the brunt of Conservative incompetency is Nutrition North. Recent statistics have shown that the number of households that can't afford healthy food in the North increased during the first year of Nutrition North. And we're not the ones saying this. It's Statistics Canada in its most recent report. So instead of continuing to boast about Nutrition North, will the Conservatives finally acknowledge their failure? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, si
Mr. Speaker, if the member and his party are concerned with the cost of food, healthy foods and helpful foods in the North, he could abandon his bill or project to adopt a carbon tax that would increase the cost of food in the North. The results are very clear. I will reiterate, with Nutrition North, the average annual volume has increased by some 25%, Mr. Speaker, and the cost of a basket of goods went from by $37 a month. That's indicative, and will continue in the same direction, working with the people of the North. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourdieu. Mr. Speaker, another example of Conservative incompetency is the Champlain Bridge. Now, we've learned that the work is threatening the drinking water supply in Montreal. It will cost several $1 million to protect the aqueduct canal that provides half of Montreal's drinking water, and the city is calling on the government to provide some assistance. Will the government sit down, because we know he has trouble doing this, with the elected officials in Montreal to come up with a solution to deal with their lack of planning and protect drinking water for citizens of Montreal?
Yeah.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that the Government of Canada is working very closely with both the City of Montreal and the Province of Quebec to make sure that the appropriate safeguards are in place, and we look forward to continued progress on this important project.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, the proposed memorial to victims of communism gets a failing grade in design, cost, and especially location. It is opposed by the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada, the Ontario Association of Architects, the Canadian Society of Landscape Architects, former directors of planning for the cities of Toronto and Vancouver, the Canadian Bar Association, the National Capital Commission, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and the vast majority of the people of Ottawa. So the question is, why are the Conservatives ignoring all these voices and the democratic voices of the people of Ottawa?
The Honourable Prime Secretary, Mr. Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, this memorial will honour the more than 100 million lives lost under the communist regimes. It will pay tribute to Canadian ideals of liberty, democracy, and human rights. In Canada, over 8 million people trace their roots to countries that suffered under communism. Mr. Speaker, our government committed to honouring the victims of communism in our speech from the throne, and we look forward to fulfilling that commitment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, this government's preoccupation to basically rob money from critical programs in order to give a tax break to the rich is beyond comprehension. One example is cuts to the RCMP. Commissioner Paulson informed us the RCMP had to take 300 personnel off criminal investigations and transfer them to anti-terrorism. Rank-and-file RCMP officers are calling for more training and better equipment, yet this minister has forced budget cuts of $290 million since 2012. Why is the government compromising the RCMP so it can give a tax break to the rich?
The Honourable Prime Secretary, Minister
That's
for Public Safety.
absolutely false. We've actually increased resources to our national security agencies. But what is clear is that the international jihadist movement has declared war on Canada and our allies because of the values that we share. We only need to turn on the 6 o'clock news. We only need to read in the paper of another attack around the world, more people leaving countries like Canada to join ISIL. We have heard credible witness testimony in committee this week that have confirmed that the threat is real It has evolved, and it is growing. The number one priority of any responsible government is the safety and security of its citizens, and that is why this Conservative government will pass this legislation and why the RCMP is supporting it.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, of course the threat is real, but this government cut $290 million from the RCMP since 2012. That's unacceptable, and they're doing it in order to give a tax break to the rich. Beyond that, the RCMP rank and file members are now speaking out. They are mad and they're feeling betrayed. They lack training, they lack equipment. The government has failed to honour the commitments they made to the Marathon recommendations, which cost RCMP lives. That comes out of the Moncton report. Why does this minister force cutbacks, put Canadians at risk, and even risks the lives of RCMP officers? Why?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of
Thank
Public
you,
Safety.
Mr. Speaker. That's similar to the rhetoric we heard in committee this past week. But let me talk about one of the witnesses that did appear before committee, Inspector Irwin. More than 30 years of experience in law enforcement and intelligence gathering. What did this credible witness say about C-51? Existing laws are too restrictive and that there is an absolute need for the new measures contained within this bill. What else did he say about the need for information sharing? Absolutely crucial. And in general, with respects to the bill, contrary to what the opposition parties like to put out, he said it does provide the necessary safeguards. In the same meeting, Mr. Speaker, we heard opposition witnesses who said the bill had absolutely nothing to do with terror.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. The City of Terrebonne is calling for a moratorium on community mailboxes. Citizens are outraged by the lack of public consultation. Canada Post is not taking in any way into consideration the diversity of municipal realities, and in fact more than 200 cities are shocked and angry with Canada Post. Will the government finally comply with this request from the City of Terrebonne, or will they continue to push through with these community mailboxes without the agreement of the cities?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, Canada Post delivered approximately 1.4 million letters fewer than in the past. Canada Post must balance its budget without being a burden for Canadian taxpayers, and we expect nothing less of it. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. The Conservatives have not just failed to deliver the mail, but understanding accounting books for them are very difficult as well. People in my riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin reject the decision to put an end to home mail delivery. Canada Post has never been so profitable. In fact, we've learned that Canada Post this year has made a profit of $194 million. And despite this profit, they're putting an end to home mail delivery. That's quite something now, isn't it? Will the Conservatives finally listen to people and deliver the mail? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Remember that in 2014, that Canada Post delivered nearly 1.4 billion fewer pieces of letter mail than they did in 2006. That is a further and continued decline in that business, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post has decided it needs to continue to take its action, Mr. Speaker. That's why they have a 5-point plan. The remaining third of Canadians who don't receive mail at their mailbox, Mr. Speaker, that will proceed so that they will have daily mail on the same terms that 2/3 of Canadians currently receive it right now.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to creating and maintaining jobs in Ontario's vital manufacturing sector. Earlier this morning, our government announced further support for manufacturers. Can the regional minister responsible for southwestern Ontario please update this House on this important announcement?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today our government was pleased to announce that Fibercast will receive $10 million repayable contribution under the Advanced Manufacturing Fund. Mr. Speaker, this investment will help Ontario manufacturers create high-quality, high-paying jobs and compete globally. And while we're standing up for the manufacturing sector, the Liberal leader said that Canada needs to, and I quote, start transitioning away from manufacturing-based employment as a driver of the economy. Mr. Speaker, this is just further proof that the Liberal leader is an economic novice who isn't capable of managing the Canadian economy. That's right.
Mr. Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and the MP for Disinity, Nipissippi, Churchill River stated that RCMP statistics verifying their comment that 70% of missing and murdered Indigenous women were attributed to Native men would be released. Today, the RCMP says no, it will not. Why would the government members make that commitment and use the data in private meetings only to be overturned by the public, in the public by the RCMP? Will the minister make good on the commitment?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier this week, last week I did a tour of the prairies and I met with several chiefs and councillors and stakeholders on the Aboriginal file to discuss a wide range of issues. And while I don't disclose specifics of closed-door meeting, I can assure the honourable member in the House that the discussions were productive and our government will continue to work with First Nations to address these issues.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Mr. Speaker, many people say that the riding of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country is the most beautiful place on earth. Families in this riding, Mr. Speaker, are asking what can be done to help them in terms of tax relief and direct support. What they don't need is waste and new bureaucracies. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Minister for Employment can tell us what our government is doing to respond to families like those in West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
I'd like to thank the member for a challenging but thoughtful question, Mr. Speaker. We've balanced our budget, and now we're helping families balance theirs. Our low-tax plan will allow income splitting for parents to put up to $2,000 back into their pockets. We've increased the conservative universal child care benefit to almost $2,000 for every child under 6 and $720 for every child 6 through 17. That means we put money directly in the pockets of families. While the NDP and Liberals would take that money away and raise taxes to fund new bureaucracies, we disagree. We are giving the dollars back to the more than 8 million real child care experts who are out there, and their names are Mom and Dad.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, by a majority of one judge, the Supreme Court just gave the Conservatives a green light to destroy the Quebec data for the firearms registry. But beyond the legal aspect, there's common sense. The federal government has an opportunity to prove that it can work in conjunction with the Quebec government to transfer the data instead of simply hitting the delete button. Why make Quebecers pay twice for something that already exists?
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To thank the Honourable Member for that question. As I mentioned earlier today, the Supreme Court of Canada has been very clear on this matter, and we are pleased as a government with the decision on this particular issue. As I mentioned earlier, we have a strong system of gun control in Canada, and our government has toughened laws and penalties for those who commit crimes.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, on the Energy East pipeline file, we can see TransCanada's priorities. On one hand, the companies refuse to be transparent and is not providing people in my riding the documents in French. On the other hand, it's belittled an independent study commissioned by the elected officials of the MRC Autray who want to know the truth about the risks. What's the government waiting for to take some action to listen to the citizens and provide them with more information about the risks associated with the pipeline?
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The National Energy Board has fulfilled its requirements under the Official Languages Act. Any documents produced by the National Energy Board must be published in both official languages. Questions related to documents filed by an applicant should be directed toward the project proponent.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that the government, before it backtracked, wanted to cut 50 jobs in a federal sorting centre. 50 jobs set aside for people with intellectual deficiencies. Those jobs, appreciated and helpful for the people, are much more symbolic than a livelihood, and the salary was $1.15 per hour. Other people have the same concerns and are questioning this fact. Does the government think it's normal for people who are able and dedicated should be paid $1.15 an hour?
L'honorable ministre de l'Emploi.
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing more inspiring than people who want to work, regardless of the challenges that life has presented them with. And that's the case with the 50 extraordinary workers who are serving the government and Canadians and have been doing so for 35 years. Their contract with the government had ended, and I'm happy to state that we will be extending it for another 3 years. The organization managing the salaries receives the funding directly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what I was talking about was the fact that they were earning $1.15. That was the issue. Now, having said that, is there a policy for working with these people? Because it's not impossible. The goodwill just needs to be there. Will the government put forth a policy for persons with an intellectual deficiency with an adequate salary? The Honourable Minister of the Employment.
For the question, there's nothing more inspiring than people who want to work despite the obstacles that life puts in their way. Such is the case with roughly 50 excellent workers who have served the government and the people of Canada for over 3 decades in sorting, recycling, and shredding sensitive documents at Tunney's Pasture. Mr. Speaker, their contract was expiring. We have agreed to extend it for another 3 years. The salaries are set by the Association for People with Disabilities in order to avoid having provincial benefits clawed back. But we will continue to work to create jobs for people with disabilities.
Well said. That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Use your feet.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk, for Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and to make a consequential amendment to the International Transfer of Offenders Act. Cette motion est répétée adoptée.
This motion is deemed to be adopted. Ms. Finley, for Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed to be adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? For the next sitting of the House. Mr. Polliver, for Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act and the Universal Child Care Benefit Act and to make related amendments to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Polliver, for Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for the beautiful riding of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians, over 100 of them, most located in the beautiful province of Ontario, who are concerned about apples, in fact, about the possibility that a genetically modified apple may be approved by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and they suggest that that not happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for the charming riding of Edmonton Strathcona.
Absolutely is. I welcome you there anytime as a visitor. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of tabling a petition from Edmontonians who want to draw attention to the Government of Canada. The Canadian Forces and RCMP veterans and their families deserve the deepest gratitude and care, and that many veterans and their families can't access adequate health care, pensions, or other vital services. They're concerned about the closure of frontline veterans' offices. And they wish to call on the government to support and implement the NDP plan to end service pension clawbacks, to reopen shuttered veterans' offices, and to widen access to quality home care, long-term care, and mental health care services. Thank you.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You forgot to say the beautiful York West. I was waiting to hear that.
It is very beautiful.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition referring to the right to save seeds. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, recognize the inherent rights of farmers derived from thousands of years of custom and tradition to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. Therefore, your petitioners call upon Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act or to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food that would further restrict farmers' rights or add to farmers' costs. Further, we call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, Bangladesh celebrated its 44th anniversary of its independence. Canada was one of the first countries to recognize the existence and independence of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, and we've enjoyed a great friendship ever since, Mr. Speaker. And over the years, the Canadian-Bangladesh diaspora here in Canada has made a tremendous contribution to Canadian society. The signatories to this petition here, Mr. Speaker, are calling upon the Government of Canada to designate March 26 each and every year as Canada-Bangladesh Day in recognition of the partnership and ongoing friendship between our two countries. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition today signed by hundreds of my constituents, asking the government to adopt international assistance policies that support small farmers so that they can freely use their seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question 1049 will be answered today. And continuing on in my big boy voice, if question number 1038 could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question number Q 1038 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The almost hate to do this, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
And mercifully, finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm giving notice that at the next sitting at the House, a Minister of the House will table propose a motion rather pursuant to the motion, government motion number 17 be not further adjourned.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North has 2 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's again with pleasure that I rise to conclude my remarks on Bill C-26. As I indicated, that the Liberal Party does support C-26, and we do recognize it as a bill that will have a positive impact in our communities. At the end of the day, we like to think that it goes more in terms of addressing the issue of child exploitation more than just bringing in legislation. What we want to be able to see is a government that is prepared to allocate the resources that are necessary to work with the different governments, Mr. Speaker, and support our many different non-profit organizations and others organizations that are in our communities throughout our country that deal with the issue of child exploitation, especially, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the ways in which it has expanded. And maybe if I could look at concluding my remarks by just very briefly commenting in terms of how technology has been used in order to advance something in which is so abhorrent, Mr. Speaker, so unacceptable to vast majority of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that is the sexual exploitation of our children. And this is a growing concern as the problem continues to grow. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that in the last couple of years we have seen a 6% increase in child exploitation through our internet, and I suspect it's even higher than that, Mr. Speaker. And there's so much more that the government could be doing and should be doing in order to be able to try to resolve this issue where it's having such a profound negative impact on our children. And, Mr. Speaker, this is having that impact in all regions of our country and in all social economic strata of our children, Mr. Speaker. But there are some children more than others that are put into vulnerable positions that we do need.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
I was impressed by my colleague's speech, but one thing that he mentioned an institution that I'm sure does good work, but I was alarmed that the institution cited is anchored in the values of the Sisters of Good Shepherd. If you look at history, Speaker, in Ireland, this order ran four laundries, Magdalene laundries, and if we look at the history of faith-based orders taking care of these problems, we can see that in Canada we had forced adoptions at many of these maternity homes, not this one in particular. And I know that the member for Winnipeg North is a man of faith. He voted for motion 312. So my question to him is the Liberal plan to provide increased funding to faith-based agencies to deal with the problems of child sexual abuse.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is an interesting question. I can tell the member and assure the member that Marymount, as an organization for the last 100 years, has had a positive impact on hundreds of children. And you will find that there's members, and you know, I was a member of the Manitoba legislature for just under 20 years, but you will find that Marymount received the unanimous, from what I can recall, unanimous support of virtually every MLA, not only during the 20 years that I was sat inside the legislature, but even before that. This is an organization that has first and foremost put the welfare of vulnerable children first. And individuals that have been involved in that over the years go beyond just individuals of any particular faith. The members should maybe become better acquainted. The point that I was trying to get across is that there are many nonprofits and other organizations that are out there that deal with individuals that are in a very vulnerable positions of being exploited. And there are many organizations that also deal with the victims and try to give them better opportunities. And I think that we need to look at how it is that we can actually support these organizations, whether they're faith-based or not. Both have a role to play in our society.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for York West.
My colleague on his comments. And again, you know, it's one thing to bring in all kinds of laws and so on to put people in jail and do all of that, but the question is, how do you prevent it from happening? Because much of the damage that gets done through child predators and bullying, whatever going on through the internet, is pretty horrendous for the children. And sending somebody to jail for 50 years might make us feel good, but it isn't helping in the prevention of that very issue. I'd like to hear more from my colleague and what his thoughts are on just what we can be doing. I know I'm hosting a forum right on for how to protect your children on the internet. I suspect others. I'd like to hear more from my colleague on the issue of how we can do better at preventing this from happening.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as usual, the member from York West has a candid way of getting right to the issue that is so important to the constituents in which we represent. You know, the best example that I could give that has been raised and brought to the attention of the government is the group called Circles of Support and Accountability. Which has done an incredible amount of work. But what's important to note, Mr. Speaker, is that the government has actually cut back funding. Now, when she talks about prevention, imagine, if you will, and this is coming from a government report, where 240 sexual crimes never happened because of because of Circles of Support and Accountability, Mr. Speaker. And this comes from a government study, Mr. Speaker. The point is that we can do more to prevent crimes of this nature from taking place. When she makes reference to cyberspace or internet exploitation, all we need to look at is how the government has mandated that departments not or save money, that they do not spend their full budgets. Well, to that extent, we have the RCMP unit that's responsible for child exploitation over the internet that has constantly underspent $2 million. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, we're allowing for child exploitation that could have been targeted by the RCMP had they spent the full budgets. We're talking about $10 million. I appreciate the question, and I thank the member.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we're back to this question of resources that have been allocated. This is a bill which would be much harsher on those who have committed sexual crimes against children. And to do that, we need resources. The government rarely follows through with new resources for authorities and police forces with their bills. There's also the issue of prevention. I know that one person in my riding has started a movement to raise awareness about the issue of pedophilia, among others. And it's unfortunately an issue that is too present today, and it's something people need to be aware of. So I'd like to hear my colleague from Winnipeg North's comments on the resources that should be made available by the government so that there's more than just punishment and more than just more severe sentences, so that we can raise more awareness of the scourge of sexual violence against children. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is quite right. It is more than just passing legislation. In this particular situation, C-26 has the support, from what I understand, of all members of the House. I do believe that all members recognize the importance of the issue, and we're passing and voting in favor of the legislation. But there's a great deal of difference between this side of the House and the government side of the House in terms of what it is the government is doing in regards to providing the resources that are necessary and demonstrating the leadership that's necessary. And maybe if I can focus on this point, Mr. Speaker, the leadership that is necessary in order to work with the different stakeholders that are out there in order to deal with the issue of child exploitation, whether it's on the internet or in the communities, whether it's dealing with the socially dysfunctional families which do exist in our communities, to those troubled youth that are having a difficult time because of just circumstances that they have found themselves in, being at the wrong place at the wrong time. There is so much more that we could be doing, and that means working with the different groups, the nonprofits and others, working with the different levels of government, the municipals and the provincial governments, and developing a more comprehensive plan that's going to be able to deal with this very important issue. This is something in which the leader of the Liberal Party is committed to do, and something in which the caucus, Mr. Speaker, our caucus, and I suspect other caucuses are attempting to do, but I can tell you from the Liberal Party's perspective, Mr. Speaker, we take this issue seriously, and we challenge the government not only to present the budget, but to deal with issues of this nature in the budget, along with middle-class jobs, I must say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Debate. Please debate. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources. I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill C-26, the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act. Bill C-26 seeks to ensure that child sex offenders are held accountable for these horrific crimes they commit against the most vulnerable members of our society, Canadian children.
This bill proposes to achieve this important goal through a range of different measures, which include amendments to the Criminal Code, to the Sex Offender Information and Registration Act, the SOIRA, as well as the creation of a high-risk child sex offender database.
Bill C-26 objective should be one that all parliamentarians support. Yet some have questioned the necessity of the proposed amendments. These amendments are necessary, sadly, because the incidence of child sexual offenses continues to rise. In 2013, police reported sexual offenses against children increased again, this time by 6%, and in 2012 and 2011, each saw a 3% increase. As Statistics Canada noted, quote, sexual violence against children was one of the few categories of violent offenses to increase in 2013. These numbers are cause for concern, and we feel compelled to reinforce our response to these serious crimes. Bill C-26 better reflects the seriousness of child sexual offenses by proposing to increase mandatory minimum penalties and maximum penalties for many child sexual offenses. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, from personal experience of meeting these young children in emergency departments, these are horrific crimes. These children are damaged for life, mentally and physically. And it is appalling to me that some members of this House may not be supporting these most basic protections and actually how we treat those individuals that perpetuate these crimes against children. In addition to increasing the penalties for making and distributing child pornography, which is also included in the bill, Bill C-26 proposes to make these offenses strictly indictable to better reflect their severity. Child pornography offenses have devastating and long-lasting impacts on the victims, particularly when they are posted on the internet, where they can reside for someone's entire life. The bill would also ensure that it would be considered an aggravating factor to commit an offense while subject to a conditional sentence, order, parole, or statutory release. To assist in preventing future offenses by known or suspected child sexual offenders, Bill C-26 proposes higher penalties for those convicted of breaching supervision orders. It is our responsibility to ensure that supervision orders imposed on those offenders once released into the community are observed, and that breaches of condition imposed to protect children result in serious consequences. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this objective, Bill C-26 proposes to increase the maximum penalties for breaches of prohibition orders, probation orders, and peace bonds. These types of orders often contain conditions intended to protect children. Maximum penalties for breaches of conditions of any of these orders would be increased from 6 to 18 months if preceded by summary convictions, and from 2 to 4 years if preceded by an indictment. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ending sentence discounts for child sexual offenders. To that end, Bill C-26 requires courts to order, in all cases, that sentences imposed for child pornography offenses be served consecutively to sentences imposed for other contacts of child sexual offenders. And Bill C-26 would also ensure that offenders who sexually abuse multiple children do not receive sentence discounts just because they are sentenced at the same time for offenses involving multiple victims. Bill C-26 would clarify the text of the subsection of the Criminal Code which contains the general rules regarding concurrent and consecutive sentences. Its current wording is a result of an amalgamation of rules that predate Confederation and as such require clarification and modernization.
Bill C-26 also proposes to codify certain sentencing rules applicable to the imposition of concurrent and consecutive sentences. For example, one such rule provides for the imposition of concurrent sentences for offenses committed as part of the same criminal transaction, also referred to as the same event or series of events rule.
Just to codify certain sentencing rules applicable to the imposition of concurrent and consecutive sentences. By way of example, one such rule provides for the imposition of concurrent sentences for offenses committed as part of the same criminal transaction, also referred to as, quote, the same event or series of events rule. However, courts have also acknowledged that consecutive sentences should be imposed in certain circumstances, even if the offenses in question were committed as part of the same event or series of events. Bill C-26 would recognize two of these circumstances. An offense committed while fleeing from a peace officer would be served consecutively to any other sentence arising out of the same event or series of events, and a sentence imposed for an offense committed while on bail should be served consecutively to any other sentence imposed. Bill C-26 will also amend the Canada Evidence Act to ensure that spouses of individuals accused of child pornography offences are compelled witnesses for the Crown. The testimony of an accused spouse may be required to prove guilty beyond reasonable doubt, for example, where child pornography is found on a home computer. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that criminal legislation alone is an incomplete response to child sexual abuse. The criminal justice system's response to sexual violations against children must be multi-pronged, and Bill C-26 forms an integral part of that response. But I must say I'm also particularly pleased that our government has allocated over $10 million for the new and enhanced child advocacy centres to address the needs of child and youth victims of crime. These centres assist in the recovery of children and youth who have undergone this incredible trauma. And as I can say from personal experience, Mr. Speaker, the children that I have met, these resources that are being made available now through child advocacy centres across the country are needed. And we as a government, as I said, are focused on a multi-pronged approach, both the legislation and enforcement, to make sure that the perpetuators of these crimes are held accountable, but also to make sure that these young victims of crime receive the support that they require so that they can rehabilitate and have prosperous lives. I do hope that all members of the House will support this important legislation to protect children at the third reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions or commentaires? L'honorable Deputy Brown.
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank my honourable member for his speech. And
what I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, is, well, we all agree. We certainly all agree at the Liberal Party with these measures in C-26. It's important that we take appropriate measures to face this situation when it comes to child pornography and abuse. We need to take these measures, and we also agree with the fact that there should be harsher penalties in these situations. But I would like to ask my colleague, can we expect that the next budget, which will be tabled, well, we don't know when, unfortunately, but can we expect that there will be some additional resources provided to face this situation? Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't speculate, and nor will I speculate, on what is in the next budget. That's obviously something we will all learn in the future. But what I will say, and I guess I asked the member opposite not to mislead the public, this government has made substantive investments in making sure, as I say, on a multi-pronged approach, that children are protected and supported. Child advocacy centres across the country in more than 20 locations actually provide exactly those supports, let alone the government's substantive investment to support victims since 2006, accounting for over $120 million. These are things that the opposition have not supported in many cases, and so I would compel them, if they are passionate about this and we've moved forward on these initiatives, please support all of them. Victims of these heinous crimes deserve their support, and I would hope that the members opposite would find it in themselves to continually support these initiatives.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech.
While she was delivering the speech, I actually went online and I was searching for child advocacy centres, and I was looking at some of the statistical information with regards to the number of both female and male children, youth, that have suffered some form of sexual abuse before the age of 18, and I found the statistics actually quite staggering. I was shocked to actually read those in print on multiple sites. But I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague could elaborate a little bit more on the importance of the child advocacy centres that are here across Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, I want to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety. She's doing outstanding work, particularly on areas like this and on other bills, like Bill C-51. The child advocacy centres across the country serve an important purpose. They have teams of professionals that support children. They provide opportunities for victims to be able to bring forward their stories when they are under the most traumatic of circumstances. The Sheldon Kennedy Centre, for example, in Calgary, supported by this government, is one of those such centres to make sure that these young victims of these horrendous crimes is well supported. But in addition to that, our government has been very focused on a number of initiatives to make sure that children in particular are safe. So one thing I will mention to all members in the House, and I encourage them to look at and tell others about, is the launching of our getcybersafe.gc.ca, a substantive initiative to make sure that young Canadians are protected in their own communities.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, and the NDP obviously is behind this bill. We can't be against virtue, and there's nothing more important than the future of our society, and that's our children. And there is nothing that could hurt them more than the terrible things done by psychopaths online and elsewhere. And I understand how, well, I find it unfortunate that you're saying that you don't know what's going to be in the budget, but that we're going to vote against these measures. Because what we're seeing here, again, is a will to press forward without hearing from experts, from witnesses. We're saying, you know, this is a good bill, we're not against it, but it could have been better. Why so much determination to press forward with blinders on instead of listening and consulting more on a subject that everyone can agree with?
Well, I'll be very clear. The reason we're pressing forward to this, and I'll be frank, I'm not here to protect child predators. I'm here, and I hope, and I think my impression is from the member opposite, he is as well. We're here to protect Canadian children. Yes.
Continuing debate, I please the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise in this House today to speak to Bill C-26, the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act. Before I begin, I would like to thank the members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for their important study of this bill and for moving it forward in an expeditious manner. Since our government was elected, we have taken tremendous steps forward to ensure that streets and communities are safe places to live, work, and raise our families. We have worked tirelessly for these changes, especially when it comes to protecting the most precious and vulnerable members of our society, our children. In 2011, we strengthened the National Sex Offender Registry through the implementation of the Protecting Victims from Sex Offenders Act. This legislation ensures that every individual convicted of a sexual offense is automatically registered with the National Sex Offender Registry and must provide a DNA sample to the National DNA Data Bank. It also added provisions to include on the National Sex Offender Registry those individuals who have been convicted of sex offenses abroad and who then return to Canada. In addition to these key reforms, the Protecting Victims from Sex Offenders Act addressed several important operational issues, such as the inclusion of registered sex offenders' vehicle information in the National Sex Offender Registry and allowing federal and provincial correctional services to notify registry officials when a registered sex offender is admitted into custody or released into the community, including temporary releases of 7 days or more. Through the Safe Streets and Communities Act, passed in 2012, we have strengthened the criminal code's prohibitions against sexual exploitation by creating new mandatory minimum sentences for existing offenses related to child exploitation and increasing the mandatory minimum penalties for other existing offenses, by prohibiting convicted child sex offenders from having any unsupervised contact with a young person under the age of 16 years or having unsupervised use of the internet or other digital devices, and prohibiting convicted child sex offenders from being in public places where children can reasonably be expected to be present, requiring them to remain in specified geographic areas, and then requiring them to abstain from drug and alcohol abuse or use. We've also passed legislation that makes it illegal to provide sexually explicit material to a child for the purpose of facilitating the commission of an offense against that child. We've increased the age of protection, the age at which a young person can legally consent to sexual activity, to 16 years old, where previously it was 14. We also continue to keep Canadians safe at the border, with our Canada Border Services Agency officers employing effective border policies that prevent sex offenders from entering Canada. In fact, in 2014 alone, referrals provided by U.S. Customs and Border Protection concerning sexual offenders traveling to Canada led to 59 instances where the Canada Border Services Agency was able to refuse entry at the border. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we have reached significant milestones to make our streets and communities safer for everyone, but there is still work to do. Canadians have the right to go about their daily lives without fear, and that's especially true when it comes to the fear of their children experiencing the emotional turmoil of sexual abuse. In 2013, police reported approximately 4,200 incidents of sexual violations against children. That's a 6% increase from 2012. I'm sure all members can agree that one child victim is one too many. We must ensure our focus is balanced and protects the rights of victims and law-abiding citizens. This brings me to why I am speaking today. The changes proposed in Bill C-26 before us would allow our government to strengthen measures to better protect our children against sexual exploitation. First and foremost, there are a number of amendments to the Criminal Code and the Canada Evidence Act, including requiring that those convicted of contact child sexual offences against multiple children serve their sentences consecutively, one after another, to recognize the serious nature of the offence against each crime, requiring that those convicted of child pornography and contact child sexual offences serve their sentences consecutively, increasing maximum and minimum penalties for child sexual offences, increasing penalties for violation of conditions of supervision orders, and allowing spouses to provide testimony that is often needed to secure convictions in these important cases. This legislation will also make vital changes to the National Sex Offender Registry by enhancing law enforcement's knowledge of registered sex offenders who are traveling abroad. For example, a registered sex offender would be required to give advance notice of the dates and every address or location at which they expect to stay for travel of 7 days or more outside Canada. Those with a conviction for a sex offense against a child would be required to provide this information for all travel, regardless of the duration of the trip. As part of this legislation, we would improve information sharing about high-risk sex offenders between officials responsible for the National Sex Offender Registry and the Canada Border Services Agency. As it currently stands, officials in charge of the registry are not authorized to share information on registered sex offenders with Canada Border Services Agency. What's more, officers at the border are not able to provide information to the officials at the National Sex Offender Registry to confirm the date of a sex offender's departure and return and where they have stayed outside Canada. It is of utmost importance that we give our border services officers the authority and information that they need to do their jobs and keep Canadians safe. Therefore, we are proposing that all registered sex offenders be required to report every driver's license number and passport number that they hold, and the name of each respective issuing jurisdiction. This would enable officials to disclose this information to the Canada Border Services Agency with other identifying information about registered sex offenders, particularly in cases of high-risk child sex offenders, and ensure they are included in the Canada Border Services Agency lookout system. The final element to this bill would further contribute to the safety of our communities by providing the public with access to a database of information regarding high-risk child sex offenders. The High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act would authorize the RCMP to establish and administer a national, publicly accessible database containing information on high-risk child sex offenders who have been the subject of a public notification in a provincial territorial jurisdiction. Public safety officials are consulting with their provincial and territorial counterparts to discuss public notifications for high-risk offenders and the criteria to be used to determine which high-risk child sex offenders would be included in the database. In summary, the bill before us today will ensure that penalties for child sex offenses better reflect the serious nature of these crimes. We believe that all child sex offenders should be held fully accountable for their actions. These heinous crimes cause unimaginable devastation to the lives of children and their families. This is why, as a government, we must do everything in our power to protect our most vulnerable, and I am very pleased to know that all honourable members in this House support this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, and to the member that, you know, the Liberal Party has been fairly clear on this particular piece of legislation. We support it. We feel ultimately that there is things that government can do by trying to improve the conditions in dealing with child exploitation. And this is a bill that will provide an opportunity to assist. So to that extent, members of the Liberal caucus will be voting for it. In my speech and in speeches of other members, in particular I can think of the Liberal Party critic, we talked about the importance of resources. And I'm wondering if the member is prepared to provide to the House any thoughts in terms of what she believes should be or could possibly be incorporated into the budget in terms of resources, just emphasizing the importance of not only does it take legislation, but it also takes other issues in order to be able to deal with this very important issue to all Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I won't speculate in regards to what will be in the budget, it is my understanding that no new federal funding will be required. Both the RCMP and CBSA will be able to apply the new legislation within their current resources. We know that policing across Canada involves many jurisdictions and that there may be resource implications for the provinces and territories in implementing the measures in this bill, as they are responsible for implementation of the SOIRA in their respective jurisdictions, including enforcement orders by police. So we will continue to work with our provincial and territorial partners in the implementation of the legislative proposals introduced in this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech as well. One of the reasons why I decided to get into politics was my strong views on improving the criminal justice system, support for victims, but I have to say at the top of the list was the protection of our most vulnerable members of our society, our children. I remember when we introduced this legislation, I wrote directly to my constituents and received overwhelming support for the measures contained in this Act, including those for ending the 2-for-1 deals that child sexual predators were given when multiple sentences were, incidents of child sexual abuse were done against different children. I'd just like to ask the member why the amendments, why this legislation is so important for the protection of children.
Parliamentary Secretary to Natural Resources.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Reforms enacted by the Safe Streets and Communities Act, specifically those relating to child sexual offences, came into effect in August 2012 and increased the penalties for some child sexual offences. But more needs to be done to further protect our children. Every day in Canada, vulnerable children are the victims of sexual abuse. As was mentioned, over 3,900 sexual violations against children were reported to police in Canada in 2012, an increase of 3% from 2011, and the same increase as was seen from 2010 to 2011. There are also increased concerns regarding the mobility of traveling sex offenders. Internationally, approximately 1 million children are exploited by sex tourists and sex traffickers each year. This is unacceptable, and we must do more to deter and punish offenders. The new measures now being introduced will assist in ensuring that all child sex offenders are held fully accountable for acts of child sexual exploitation and abuse.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, if she could expand on her comments about the punishments associated with these reprehensible acts, and also if she could give us a perspective on what her constituents would support in this important area. It seems that many Canadians would be surprised that the laws aren't already stricter. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very, very short answer, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. These amendments increase penalties for many child sexual offences to better reflect the serious nature of these offences and would ensure that sentencing takes into account each victim in these cases. Currently, when an offender is sentenced at the same time for multiple separate offences, courts can require that the sentences be served consecutively, one after the other, or concurrently at the same time. The new law would require these sentences to be served consecutively in certain cases. And very quickly, Mr. Speaker, as a mother and a grandmother, I know that this legislation is very important when it comes to our children and the real fear that they will experience the emotional turmoil of sexual abuse should something ever happen, and I know my constituents reflect that view as well.
Resuming debate, and it'll be the Honourable Member for Victoria, and I know he's a little judicious with my time there, so perhaps when I'm still here, we'll extend the exact same courtesy to your side. So the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Speaker, I appreciate it. I wish to advise you as I begin that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, of course I support this bill, Bill C-26, which would amend the criminal code to do a number of things to deal with the scourge of child predators. It would amend the Sex Offenders Information Registration Act and create a high-risk child sex offender database, as well as making a number of changes to the criminal code, which I will discuss during my remarks. This bill is consistent with the zero-tolerance policy that my party, the NDP, has with respect to child sexual crimes. Sexual crimes against children have to be dealt with in the most effective manner possible. And the issue then before us is whether this bill is able to do what it says it is trying to achieve, a goal which we, of course, applaud. And the question then is whether or not some of the mandatory new minimum sentences and the consecutive sentences provisions actually are going to do the job, or whether judicial discretion, which had been the case before this, would still be a relevant way to proceed. It'll be my argument, Mr. Speaker, that although this bill is useful in some regards, that it seems to ignore the evidence in a couple of key provisions, evidence that was brought before the committee that studied this bill and which I will refer to during my remarks. So it increases existing mandatory minimum penalties and maximum penalties. It amends, as I say, the Evidence Act to ensure that spouses of the accused are competent and compellable witnesses where child pornography is involved. It would also amend the Sex Offender Information Registration Act to increase the reporting requirements when sex offenders travel outside the country. And there's some question whether, although laudable in goal, that will actually be achieved in practice. And it will enact a high-risk child offender database to establish a publicly accessible database containing information that police have previously made accessible to the public in other places. We have that under the legislation in my province, and I understand in others. This would create that kind of accessibility across the country. As I said at the outset, our party has a long-standing zero-tolerance policy when it comes to sexual offences against children, and so therefore we wonder whether this bill is actually going to do the job and protect children and keep our communities safe. For reasons I'll describe, I'm not sure it's going to do so. I think that simply having a tough-on-crime rhetoric and building more prisons and the like is actually going to be ineffective, as many of the experts have said when they testified. Mr. Speaker, it's a question of having the resources available in the communities to do the job, as well as having legislation which, in and of itself, is a partial measure. But if you give people the tools and they don't have the ability to implement because they don't have the budget, what good have we done except disappoint Canadians in our response? So the necessary resources, are they available? The answer appears to be no. We have suggested that the necessary resources be earmarked for the RCMP registry and budgets be made available to support victims. So, for example, the NDP fought for the Circles of Support and Accountability program, only to find out that the measly $650,000 in funding that Corrections Canada offers is simply all, and it's not going to do the job. HoC receives, that's the Circles of Support and Accountability to which I referred, receives funding from the National Crime Prevention Centre, which is going to end this fall. It cost $2.2 million a year. And HoC has been extraordinarily successful in having people settle into normal lives. Just having coffee and making sure people on track has proven, as it's been studied, to actually work and make a difference. Will there be money available for such programs? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker, and that is what is so problematic about the bill. If the government really were tough on crime, aside from getting good talking points, they would put money where their mouth is. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what some of the experts have said about the specifics of the bill and see whether it is evidence-based or merely populist. Mr. Speaker, the politics are that, of course, we all join in wanting to make our communities safer for children, but one of the ways that Conservatives think they're going to do so is to have what they call mandatory minimum sentences for various offences. There's a long list that are created. The law requires, however, Mr. Speaker, that there be a proportionate sentence for the offender and the offence. That's what the Constitution tells us. Rather, the Conservatives have mandatory minimums throughout this, and the message from Mr. Michael Spratt, who testified on behalf of the Criminal Lawyers Association to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, is it won't work. He says, and I quote from evidence on February 16, the message that's being sent that minimum sentences and harsher sentences make us safer, you know that's not true. You've been told that before. You've been told that by me, and you've been told that by other experts. The evidence suggests quite the opposite. Minimum sentences don't make communities safer. They don't deter the commission of offences. They impede rehabilitation. They are costly, and they could be unconstitutional. And so it looks good, sounds good, but it doesn't work. And so another witness from the Canadian Bar Association, a former Crown attorney, Mr. Paul Calarco, said this: very significant increases in this statute with respect to minimum offenses, but, quote, I believe it's far more likely now there will be constitutional challenges. There will be a finding of gross disproportionality, and that means the entire sentencing regime must be struck down. Does that sound like a good way to protect our children, Mr. Speaker? And so it's not just these people. The famous Professor Anthony Dube of University of Toronto testified that, quote, mandatory minimum penalties of this kind do not deter crime. Steve Sullivan testified not only to the ineffectiveness of minimum sentences, but how they can make the situation worse. So many experts testified asking and making the same point, that it's likely to be held unconstitutional, therefore being a waste of time. Also, in terms of lack of evidence, the Sexual Offence Registry, Mr. Calarco, the same gentleman, talked to the fact that there is, quote, little evidence to suggest that sexual offender registries prevent sexual assaults. This can be seen both in the reports of the Auditor General of Ontario and the John Howard Society. The bill does not make the prevention of sexual exploitation any more likely. Its reporting requirements are unlikely to have any discernible effect on public safety or will be unenforceable when they deal with matters outside the country. And he goes on to say, so many, as has been said, of the people involved in these horrible crimes are in family situations. It'll do nothing for them. And a registry will not prevent these kind of incidents, and one of the most important ways to ensure a safe and just society is by rehabilitating the offenders. Isn't that what we want? To rehabilitate, as opposed to simply show society's disgust with the crimes at issue. If the experts are saying, if the evidence is saying that these kind of measures, these minimum mandatory sentences, simply won't work, and if they're saying we need more money to do the job, and if they're saying the registries are themselves not particularly effective, we need, however, Mr. Speaker, to address why the government in committee, why the Conservatives rejected the amendments that were proposed by the NDP to try to improve the bill. They suggested, for example, that the information in the new database cannot be used to identify the victims. To clarify that was rejected. To require the minister to report annually to Parliament on whether this bill is working. They didn't want that either. It's unclear why they would reject that kind of accountability. This government likes to brag about accountability in its rhetoric, but when it comes to actually doing the job, they don't want to take those steps. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a position that it puts us in great difficulty. Of course we support this bill because we have a zero tolerance for sexual crimes involving children, so of course we'll support it. We are dubious as to whether it'll achieve its objectives. We wish it was more evidence-based because the evidence before the committee, before Parliament, is that some of these measures won't do the job, but nevertheless we stand in support of this bill, wishing that Conservatives would allow a review, as they've done with other legislation, after a certain period of time, so Parliament can assess whether it was effective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. Resuming debate. Les prises de débat. L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate today on Bill C-26. And like most of the members on this side of the House, I have some concerns. We are obviously going to support this bill at second reading, but I would like my colleagues across the way to keep an open mind so that we can study this bill calmly and ensure that it's going to do what it claims to do. This bill, therefore, is entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Sex Offender Information Registration Act to enact the High Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And the Conservatives call it tougher penalties for child predators. The Conservatives always want to look good when they talk about child predators, and they want to paint the members of the other parties as defenders of these offenders. or in my opinion, anyone in the House would be against child predators. But it's often in the way that we attack these issues that we don't agree on. So this was presented with some pomp over a year ago, and we realized that in the cases mentioned in the many press conferences given by the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister, that many of the cases mentioned already go back a decade or more. So they're using some cases that are quite old. And essentially this bill will increase mandatory minimums that already exist. So it's another bill, yet another bill, that follows in the same path as we've seen for amendments and other bills that have been introduced here, adding to mandatory minimums. And in C-26, we talk about increasing maximum sentences for violations of prohibition orders, probation orders, or peace bonds, or to be more precise, to codify the rules dealing with the imposition of consecutive and concurrent sentences. You have to take note that there's a case going through before the Supreme Court now concerning the legality of consecutive sentences. And this might be seen from a different angle. That's why we have to analyze this bill calmly in order to see, as I said, that this bill is really going to do what it claims it will do, and that is to prevent offenses against children. We're talking about this bill, which would require the courts imposing in certain cases consecutive sentences for people who have committed sexual offenses against children. And the court would impose a sentence taking into account evidence that shows that the offense was perpetrated while the person was under a conditional sentence order, on parole, under statutory release, or on an unescorted pass. It also amends the Canada Evidence Act in order to ensure that the spouses of the accused be competent and compellable witnesses in terms of in cases involving child pornography. It also amends the Sex Offender Information Registration Act and increases the reporting obligations of those traveling outside Canada. So what's new in this bill? Well, it enacts the High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act involving sexual offenses against children, which deals with a publicly accessible database that would have information that a police or other public authority has previously made available to the public on people who have been found guilty of sexual offenses against children and who present a high risk of committing crimes of a sexual nature. And it also makes consequential amendments to other acts. So at the NDP, we've always had a zero-tolerance policy in terms of sexual crimes against children, despite what the Conservatives would have people believe. One of the tactics they used, for example, with the Omnibus Bill C-10, was to refuse to split the bill because we disagreed with certain of its provisions. And so because we voted against that bill, at the end of the day, the Conservatives say that we voted against a bill which was attacking child predators. So they're trying to identify us as defending these people, which is completely absurd. It would seem that this didn't work because Bill C-10 also had in its provisions mandatory minimum sentences that are more severe, but it doesn't seem to have produced a desired effect. So I'm looking forward to the minister saying at committee how these mandatory minimal and maximum sentences are going to be successful this time, because in the past it's always been a failure. Mr. Speaker, now having said that, this is one of the serious concerns that this issue raises for me. Many of the Conservatives' bills do nothing but increase mandatory minimum sentences while claiming that they're solving problems of criminality in this area without doing anything else, which doesn't produce the desired effect. Every time in previous debates, we've asked the Conservatives what they're basing that on. We're asked, is it because they think sentences are too lenient? Is it because there's been an increase in crimes committed? Is it because sentences are problematic in terms of what the service is concerned? But we have few clear answers to all of these questions. Canada has 34 million people today, so let's look at the statistics in terms of sexual crimes. In 2008, for sexual contact offenses, there were 241 accused. In 2009, there were 574. In 2010, there were 818, whereas in 2011, there were 918, and in 2012, 916. So we can clearly see a progression. However, this is probably the least serious sexual crime in the criminal code compared with the sexual assault of a child, for example. As far as invitation to sexual touching is concerned, there were 56 cases in 2008, which climbed to 206 in 2012. In terms of sexual exploitation, there were 17 cases in 2008, but that's increased to 449 cases. It's been rather stable from 2010 to 2012, and we don't yet have statistics for making sexually explicit material available to a child, because that is a new offense created in 2012. Luring a child using a computer has gone from 54 cases in 2008 to 127 cases in 2012. We mustn't forget that, looking at all of these statistics, that we are in years of conservative governance. These are law and order years. And they've been trying to increase mandatory minimums or increase them along the way. So we've been able to see through these statistics that it's had no deterrent effect at all for a criminal. And of course, the specialists and scientists show us that mandatory minimum sentences being enacted will not deter a criminal from committing the crime. And I think that's what criminologists have said. If they're certain, if the criminal is certain that they'll be caught, that would be deterrent. But not having this possibility that they might have a serious sentence of 10, 15, or 20 years. It has no deterrent effect on a criminal. It's only the certainty that they will be caught that will prevent them from committing the crime. Because we can see here that all of these mandatory minimums have had no effect. However, we can see that the RCMP keeps losing staff. The Commissioner Paulson, said before a committee that he's had to dismantle squads that he has put together to deal with serious crime, to deal with other issues now, because he doesn't have enough resources. So this isn't giving the RCMP any more resources to set up this new data bank, for example, so it makes no sense. We'll have to cut other RCMP activities in order to set this up. For years, we've been talking about the problem of updating of criminal records, and I think the RCMP has to be given the power to carry out its mandate, and that's stop moving in a direction that produces no deterrent effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Honorable Deputy Rimouski.
Honorable Member for Rimouski-Niéja-Témiscouata-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. A quick question. When we talk about bills such as this one, we have to talk about resources, and we have to talk about the issue of prevention. My colleague, I think, identified a major problem with this kind of bill tabled by the government, which is tightening up the rules, producing harsher sentences after the fact, but with providing no additional resources to enforce these laws, which would be more money for our police forces and no money for prevention to help social groups and community groups in particular who could be able to do some awareness work on the subject. So I'd like to comment on the importance of prevention and the lack of resources made available by the government on this issue. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank my colleagues for having raised these important issues, because indeed, as I was mentioning at the end of my speech, I didn't have a chance to continue. I ran out of time, but We give few resources to police officers, and correctional services has seen its budget drop as well. So we send criminals to jail for a longer time, but we're cutting services, and we're cutting into the services that are offered to rehabilitation to these people, to ensure that they don't commit another crime when they get out of jail. We just sent them to jail without having too many services in the institution, and we cut the RCMP's budget. It makes no sense at all. It's not the first time that we've seen this kind of thing. Several bills have moved in this direction where we see the RCMP being given more and more jobs to do while they cut more and more into their budget, or just don't provide a significant enough budget for them to be able to carry out its mission. So in this case, we have this creation of a new sex offender registry without any additional votes being given to the RCMP to do this. We're moving in the wrong direction with this government. They cut in rehabilitation services, they cut back in the budgets allocated for community services, groups that could do work in prevention, and I think a balanced approach would be much more effective, rather than plowing on with mandatory minimum sentences and changing the rules where sometimes they're just, the existing ones are fine. We should give more funding to correctional services and the RCMP.
Since the commentaire, l'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the problem of enforcement that is what we're discussing here. In theory, it sounds good, but the practice has to follow. Unfortunately, in Quebec, we've seen a problem. The police had managed to destroy a criminal organization called the Hells Angel. That was all great. All of these people had been arrested. Unfortunately, we forgot about the Conservative Party. Big mistake. With the systematic cutbacks, we didn't have enough judges to deal with all of these cases. And we went beyond the maximum delays. We ran out of time, and they were all freed. Fantastic, guys. Good job. So, my question is simple. What is the point of having legislation that results in 150 years in jail if this government ensures that these people never appear before a judge? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin for that question and for his statements, because, as I said, there's a whole problem in terms of administration of justice. There's a flagrant lack of judges, a shortage of judges, and we also have a shortage of Crown prosecutors. It makes no sense. We want to put people in jail for a longer time. All the budgets across the board are being cut. It makes no sense. We're not moving in the right direction, and in many senses, many regards, and we're not even talking to the provinces. This is another thing. With C-10, many sentences are being served at the provincial level. There's been a 10% increase in the prison population, but nothing more for the provinces in the budgets. We're just leaving the provinces to figure it out with the budgets.
Is the House ready for the question? Question? Question is as follows. Mr. McKay, Central Nova, seconded by Mrs. Yellick, move that Bill C-26, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Sex Offender Information Registration Act to enact the High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and to pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed. I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
See, the Honourable Member for Oxford is thinking about rising. There he is, rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe you would find consent to see the clock as 1:30.
Shall I see the clock as 1:30? The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion 533, citizen consultation proceeding natural resource development in the name of Mr. Genet Jourdain.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona has 6 minutes left to conclude her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would appreciate if the Speaker, whoever that may be at the time, could advise me when I have 1 more minute. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to complete my remarks begun some months back in support of the motion by my colleague, the member for Manicouagan. To reiterate, his motion calls on the government to submit natural resource development projects to a broader consultation with First Nations and other citizens affected by such activities, and that the public willingness be included as a measure of public interest. He's calling for a central voice for communities in decision-making, respect for commitments made to First Nations, and assurance that the benefits of resource projects flow to the impacted communities. Interestingly, just yesterday, a joint First Nations and federal government working group issued its final report. It's called Advancing Positive, Impactful Change, First Nations and Natural Resource Development. This report urges Canada to eliminate socioeconomic disparities by making resource revenue sharing with First Nations a priority, and to involve First Nations directly as participants in the regulatory processes, including project reviews, the planning, design, management, ownership, and reclamation phases of all projects. This working group was among pledges made by the Prime Minister more than 2 years back when he promised to commit to a nation-to-nation relationship. I'm pleased to note that the working group included Alberta Regional Chief Cameron Alexis, a highly regarded First Nation leader in Alberta. The recommendations echo those by the government-appointed Special Advisor on West Coast Energy Projects, Douglas Aford. His report determined that delays in major energy projects can be attributed, at least in part, to the failed efforts by the federal government to properly consult and accommodate First Nations. The recommendations also mirror recent determinations by the Supreme Court of Canada, in particular, their 2014 Chilcotin decision confirming the fiduciary duty of the Crown to recognize and respect Aboriginal title and to consult and accommodate their rights and interests. Mr. Speaker, in recent public held pipeline hearings in Alberta, the Athabasca Chippewa First Nations was denied timely access to the environmental reports on a proposed bitumen pipeline. They were finally forced to pull out of the hearing because they were not given reasonable access to the document or a reasonable time period to actually review this major document which could, of a pipeline that could potentially impact their traditional lands. And remarkably, the proponent claimed that they had absolutely no duty to assess impacts on these lands. So the question is, where was the federal government, who has a fiduciary obligation to be protecting the right and title of First Nations? So it's not just in federal review processes where the government has downgraded the reviews and downgraded federal environmental laws so that many impacts are now not being considered to the environment or to First Nation communities, to their health, to their peoples, their lands and waters. It's also happening in the provincial review processes where the federal government is absent. The ball then, Mr. Speaker, is now in the court of the government to finally act to change policy, process and procedure in accordance with these sound recommendations that have come forward. The courts, the Constitution, Canadian law, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People all clarify that the rights of Indigenous peoples and other Canadian citizens are to be given a voice in resource decisions impacting their health, environment, lands, waters, or cultural practices. Regrettably, over the past decade, as I mentioned, this government has instead intentionally set about eroding those rights and opportunities and limiting First Nations and other Canadians' rights to participate in resource project reviews or design. The special fund, actually established under the MPMO in support of Aboriginal consultation, recommended by Mr. Aford in his report commissioned by the government, sunsets this year. So even the funds that were previously set aside, where there was this great commitment 2 years ago to engage and to help to finance the constructive participation by First Nations, is sunsetting. Of course, we don't know what will happen next because we're still waiting for the next federal budget. Clear recommendation to the Finance Minister. Let's hope that they not only bring back that fund, but substantially increase funds to actually deliver on the recommendations from Mr. Ayford and their own task force. The Minister of Natural Resources last year, apparently, at an Aboriginal Mineral Summit, actually committed to better engagement of First Nations. And yet, we discovered this week that he has done nothing but go across Western Canada insulting First Nation leaders and their councils. So it isn't boding well for a new, positive, constructive nation-to-nation relationship. We can only hope for better. We therefore anticipate that given all the recent reports and the undertakings, that we can expect unanimous support for this motion by my colleague and hopefully real concrete action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Whitby, Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity to respond to this motion before us and to reinforce some of the points made so persuasively by some of my colleagues. Canada already has a robust, independent, and science-based review process for natural resource projects. In fact, the existing review process involves some of the most extensive public consultations Canada has ever seen, including unprecedented engagement with Aboriginal communities. Mr. Speaker, our government understands and fully agrees that successes in responsibly developing our natural resources is dependent upon open and sustained dialogue with all Canadians. We have taken practical steps to build partnerships with Aboriginal communities, including creating our Major Projects Management Office West, which engages Aboriginal leaders on energy resource development on the West Coast. One example of the work being done by that office is the series of workshops that is held with Aboriginal communities. These workshops discussed how communities can play an enhanced role in our marine and pipeline safety systems, as well as the training and resources needed to make this happen. Mr. Speaker, every day we dedicate ourselves to building trust and fostering inclusion in the review process for major projects. We are committed to promoting better communication and stronger dialogue. Unfortunately, this motion before us would do nothing to enhance those efforts. Instead, it would short-circuit a review process that is specifically designed to foster full and meaningful public engagement. Indeed, it could preempt efforts to achieve a comprehensive determination of whether a project is in Canada's broader public interest. Quite simply, this motion would replace extensive science-based decision-making with one based in perceptions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do deserve better. That's why our government has implemented its comprehensive plan for responsible resource development. Under our plan, we have developed a process that provides for inclusive public participation, a process that ensures environmental, economic, and social impacts are appropriately considered in determining whether a project should proceed. Our government has been clear time and again, projects will not proceed unless they are proven safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. Mr. Speaker, responsible resource development strengthens environmental protection and enhances Aboriginal engagement in every aspect of resource development. Indeed, over the past 2 years, our comprehensive approach has significantly enhanced marine, pipeline, and rail safety. We are confident that we are creating one of the safest energy transportation systems in the world. It all starts with ensuring that we take every possible step to prevent incidents from occurring. Our government recently introduced the Pipeline Safety Act that will enhance Canada's world-class pipeline safety regime by building on the principles of incident prevention, preparedness, and response, as well as liability and compensation. The Pipeline Safety Act will enshrine the polluter pays principle into law. This will ensure that a pipeline company responds to the unlikely event of a major incident, they will be required to maintain the highest minimum financial resources in the world. We're also expanding the power of the National Energy Board to enforce compliance. To further boost safety, we will also ask the National Energy Board to provide guidance on the use of best available technologies in the materials and construction of federally regulated pipelines. For both marine and pipeline safety, we've mandated major increases in surveillance inspections and safety audits, as well as greater powers of enforcement. In the case of marine safety, we have enhanced Canada's world-class tanker safety system by investing in state-of-the-art technology and modernizing navigation systems. With all of these efforts, Mr. Speaker, we are seeking to foster greater public confidence in our country's ability to develop its resources and to do so responsibly. And we know that building public confidence in major resource projects requires a comprehensive approach. In the case of engaging Aboriginal people, that means making progress on reconciliation and treaty negotiations. That's why new measures announced last summer by the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development are so important. These efforts are advancing treaty negotiations and reconciliation in a number of ways and are clarifying the Government of Canada's approach to resolving shared territory disputes in the context of resource development. Mr. Speaker, our government's goal is to work in partnership to promote prosperous communities and economic development for the benefit of all Canadians. The impact of a major resource project extends well beyond a particular local area. While the NDP opposes all forms of resource development, our government takes a balanced approach to resource development. The natural resources sector is significant to Canada's economy, and it provides nearly 20% of our GDP and supports 1.8 million jobs. All of this activity generates royalties and revenues for governments to provide important social programs, from health to education to pensions, for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I'm sorry, I gave you too many. The motion before us may be well-intentioned, but it is poorly defined, and it would only serve to undermine the exhaustive process that we've already established for considering resource projects. As I have noted, Canada already has an extremely rigorous regulatory regime in place to consider major resource projects. Let's also remember, Mr. Speaker, that any recommendations on projects are made by independent regulators based on the entirety of the evidence collected. It simply makes no sense to cut short such an exhaustive process and ignore scientific-based facts for evidence. Canada deserves better and know that they can count on our government to deliver it. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time.
The member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I rise today in support of this private member's bill motion. I think that it is long overdue, but I guess the real issue is, why is it even needed? You'd think with the Supreme Court ruling, the government would understand that consultation with First Nations was not simply a courtesy or something that might be good to do, but in fact an obligation under the treaties. And it's been proven time and time again that not only is it a good idea to consult with First Nations, it's one of the ways in which you get projects moving more quickly. For a government so intent on getting resources to market, so intent on getting resources out of the ground, you'd think that reaching for better practice wouldn't be something that the opposition would have to compel them to do. They would simply adopt the idea and move forward. You'd think they'd listen to the Supreme Court and move forward. And I listened to the previous speaker talk about the exhaustive process that's underway, that they're underway in terms of processing these applications. What's actually happened is that the processes have been exhausted. They have been retired. They have been gotten rid of. The federal environmental assessment, in particular, is being reduced to such a telescoped and shortened process that is virtually laughed at by cities, by First Nations, by environmentalists. It's even laughed at by the proponents because they know how simple it is to simply clear a hurdle. And that's why these projects so often end up in court. In fact, we have a project. It's not a resource extraction project, but it's a proposal from a federal agency in Toronto that's going through an environmental assessment right now, where basically the proponent gets to ask, is this a good idea? And if they answer the question yes, it's done. It's a project that has been developed on the lands of the Mississaugas of the New Credit. Have they ever been consulted about it? No, not once. Not once. And they sit back in opposition to the project, waiting for the environmental assessment to be completed, because that's the day they march off to court and say you forgot to consult with us. And so it is critical for a modern economy to move forward in concert with its partners. Any mayor worth their salt in this city, in this country, knows that when you don't include municipal partners in the planning of infrastructure or economic development or federal programs, when you don't include city councils and their mayors, you end up designing programs badly that don't land or work in the cities of choice effectively, and you end up in front of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities at an annual conference held once a year, being screamed at by hundreds of mayors across the city, across the country. You know, we are a confederation. Our Constitution implies collaboration. It rewards collaboration. Our economy moves forward more quickly with collaboration. And instead what we get is a government that when it can't rule out collaboration and act unilaterally, it refuses to meet with other levels of government, including First Nations, but also the provinces, also the municipalities. And as a result, you require private members' bills just to force the government into a conversation. That's ludicrous in this day and age. And I would be impressed if the government opposite, in an act of collaboration, looked across the aisle, looked to this private members' bill, and took a lead. Because it would allow them to respect rulings from the Supreme Court, respect treaties that all of our ancestors have signed and all of us are governed by. It would allow them to work with provinces and in particular municipalities in cooperation, and we could start to build a country instead of simply building arguments. This government continually looks for the battleground instead of the common ground. And they talk about being a government that's embracing the new economy. There is not a private sector company out there that looks to go around creating fights with people in order to make progress in this modern economy. In fact, what you see is, in fact, private sector companies doing the consultation in spite of being told by the federal government they don't need to. Because even the private sector understands that collaboration is far less costly than being tied up in courts and in front of regulatory bodies. And so we would hope that the government would learn from the lesson that's being offered here, would learn from the legislation that's being tabled here, would stop their knee-jerk reaction to opposing it, and start looking at the benefits of working together with Canadians, whether they come from First Nations communities or from municipalities or from provinces or from other political parties. There is no monopoly on good ideas in this country, and ideology alone will not get your problems solved. This government, this parliament, needs to learn how to work together, and this bill is an excellent opportunity to show the country that the last 10 years was a mistake and that the future is a better one. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we could deal with a few problems right away. The mining industry, that creates good jobs, like the oil sector. Not 12 or 15 bucks an hour, Mr. Speaker. It gives jobs at $30, $35, even $40 an hour. And there are people who like to work Mr. Speaker. There are people who like to have good jobs. So obviously, when a mine is set up, when a refinery is set up, there are advantages to that. But, believe it or not, Canadians, well, they're bizarre. They know that there are two sides to every coin. And even if one side is great, they want to see the other side of the coin. And all of the other side. And that's where there's a problem. Right now, we have in Canada 350,000 jobs that are linked to natural resource extraction. And this brings a lot of benefits to Canada, and we don't want to lose those advantages. But because we're responsible, we want to ensure that it will be able to continue and that it won't cause problems. Like, for example, the new projects that want to be put in place, that are envisioned. And that's where there's a problem. It's incredible to what extent a government, by wanting to push people to accept things that they don't want to accept, instead of finding solutions, they've made them worse. They've made the problems worse. Every time that a mine or a refinery is proposed, the first thing that happens is there are legal battles. Before, in a less conservative time, in a time that was more favorable to enlightened development, there were projects, they were discussed. We looked at them, we made some changes. It took a couple of years, but yes. The Conservative government has said, no. We want to do this in a year, year and a half, 2 years max. And what happens? Well, the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, nope, not happening. Pipelines in Western and Northern British Columbia, not happening. Pipelines across Quebec, not happening. Uranium mines, and I hope this will never happen, but the uranium mine in Sept-Îles, not happening. And this isn't taking 2 or 3 years. Before it took 4 or 5 years, now it takes 10 years with the legal battles that are underway. The whole principle of developing the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, it's frozen, thanks to this great government. So, doing something but doing it badly doesn't necessarily lead to the desired effect. It seems perfectly logical that when something like a mine or a refinery, a major industrial installation is put in place, it makes perfect sense that people be consulted, that they be able to participate in the decision-making process. My colleague earlier said that the government has done everything possible to ensure that things are safe. Well, I'd like to hear her give that speech in Lac-Mégantic. In Northern Ontario, there have been 3 derailments in less than 2 months. That's what we call safety, apparently. And the problem saying, oh, well, people will be responsible. Yes, well, we've seen where that leads. You know, in Alaska, there was an oil tanker that ran aground, the Exxon Valdez. That was at the time when Ronald Reagan was president of the United States. And people were very heavily penalized by that oil spill. And so they asked for compensation. And they're still waiting. And the same companies that caused such huge problems in Alaska, in the Gulf of Mexico, these are the same companies that are operating in Canada. And here the government is saying, oh, well, you know, those companies there that have behaved badly everywhere else, well, here in Canada, we'll make sure that they respect the environment and Canadians. And, well, I'm a little skeptical because, you know, we've seen some problems. We saw that in Lac-Mégantic. And here, the first thing that we see when there's a disaster, it's not the head of a company showing up with a check and saying, we're going to pay for everything, we're going to repair everything. No. What happens? It's we see the company's lawyers who show up and say, well, listen, before we pay, it has to be proved beyond any reasonable doubt that we are guilty. We're asking for help. We ask you to be understanding. And we're asking you basically to let us not pay and not accept our responsibility. This practice must end. There are projects that must absolutely have social acceptability. When you don't have social acceptability, what happens is that the project gets lost in legal channels and nothing happens. There are projects that might be wonderful, that will create jobs, where people will say, hey, that's progress. But if there's no social acceptance, it won't go ahead. If we look, for example, at a uranium mine, people are afraid. And they're still afraid, even if we give them the best arguments in the world. And at some point you have to accept people don't want it. But on the other hand, with pipeline projects, there might be concerns. Because I can guarantee you if there's an oil spill in the St. Lawrence River, well, nobody in Quebec wants that. But we can build refineries. We can make our energy supply safer. There are arguments in favor of that. People are ready to listen to arguments in favor of that. Particularly if it's going to bring in a couple of $1 billion to the province, it's going to create a huge number of jobs. Hey, people will listen closely to that. But they also want to look at the other side of the coin. And they want to be heard. And the people who have to suffer from, say, living right next to a major industrial exploitation, well, they have the right not only to be heard, but to be listened to and to participate in the decision-making process. If we just brush them aside, well, clearly, Mr. Speaker, things won't go ahead. And that's what's happening right now. There are a huge number of projects that aren't going ahead, be it shale gas in many municipalities, be it oil exploration in certain national parks. And it's regrettable because some of those projects merit being defended. It's not true, Mr. Speaker, that people have blinders on, that the NDP is automatically against mining projects, that First Nations are automatically against these projects. No. No. We're ready to discuss. Listen. Here, and particularly if there's an interesting offer on the table. But if the offer isn't interesting, if all the risks are on the citizens, but the advantages are going elsewhere, well, the Conservatives might be surprised to discover that people don't like that kind of deal, where they're always on the losing end, and that it's always the friends of the people in power who are at the winning end. So to that end, Mr. Speaker, it's essential that one day this government decide finally, one day, to be Canadian. You know, it's so bad. Is it so bad as that to ask you to be Canadian from time to time? Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they don't often listen to us. But don't worry, because there's elections coming up soon, and the good Canadian people will maybe decide that it's time to show these people the door. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Please do débat. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's a very difficult act to follow, but I'll do my best. This bill is this motion M533 is very specific in what it requests. It talks about the federal government, in exercising its jurisdiction, submitting natural resource development projects to a broader consultation with First Nations and citizens in communities and urban areas. And that, I think, is the breadth of what is being proposed here. It's a very broad but yet very succinct request that it makes of this House. In addressing it, I'd like to talk, if I could, about the nature of public participation, the nature of environmental assessment processes, and the Aboriginal issues relating to that, and finally about projects in British Columbia that are particularly before us today, namely the Unbridged Northern Gateway and the Kinder Morgan projects, a lens through which I hope to examine the failure, Mr. Speaker, of a credible public participation process, not only, as the motion said, for First Nations, but also for citizens in our various communities. Mr. Speaker, there is a vision for a new energy future that the Leader of the Opposition has articulated in the Public Policy Options magazine in September and October last year. And I think it's quite interesting because in that he starts by talking about the crossroads that we are at when it comes to Aboriginal development, involvement in development. He talks of the Supreme Court of Canada's watershed case in the Chilcotin matter that's driven home the fact that resource development will simply not happen without proper First Nations consultation and accommodation. I stress the word proper because it's not a nice to have as the government treats public participation. It's a constitutionally required activity. Consultation which isn't just about counting boxes and putting little ticks beside them, oh, we've had a chat. It's about a genuine, good faith engagement with First Nations where resource development affects either their rights or Aboriginal title. And when I say title, of course, that's the burden of the Chilcotin case that has been such a watershed development in our part of the world, and I say across Canada. Remember that in Haida, the Supreme Court of Canada said, and I quote, prior to establishment of title by court declaration or agreement, the Crown is required to consult in good faith with any Aboriginal groups asserting title in land about proposed uses of land, and if appropriate, accommodate. In comparison, Mr. Speaker, the court was clear in Chilcotin that after Aboriginal title has been established, the default focus is consent. After Aboriginal title to land has been established by court declarations or agreement, the Crown must seek the consent of the title-holding Aboriginal group. Mr. Speaker, what has the Government of Canada done in response to that? What has it done in response to the excellent report by their hand-picked appointee, Mr. Douglas Aford, who worried that projects are failing because industry has been left alone to navigate the consultation and accommodation process? The government has done nothing. It's done nothing, Mr. Speaker, and left us with a vacuum, left us with projects that may or may not be in the public interest but will never proceed because First Nations have not had the constitutional rights accorded to them by this government. The government has tried, first of all, to download it to industry, who've pushed right back and said, we're not the Crown. It's the honour of the Crown that's at issue. We're not the Crown. So, Mr. Speaker, that's been a bit of a dead end. And that is tying up development that may be in the public interest across this land. And it's just simply shameful. The ultimate form of consultation in our province is called the treaty process. This past week, we heard that the government of British Columbia is essentially walking away from the BC Treaty Commission. Can't seem to find a person to appoint to that process. Has the Government of Canada been yelling from the rooftops that we are committed to this process, that billions of dollars have been spent trying to engage First Nations in unceded land and through the process of good faith negotiation trying to address those land claims? The answer is no. I haven't heard the government say one thing about the crisis facing the BC Treaty Commission. I've heard Chief Sophie Pierre say it. I've heard Jerry Lampert, the federal appointee on the commission, saying it. I haven't heard the Prime Minister or a single parliamentarian address that crisis. Mr. Speaker, I say that that is a crisis not only because billions have been spent not only because but because that is the way in which we truly engage with First Nations to achieve resource development that is meaningful and in the interests of not just the First Nation communities, but the people of Canada. It's a crying shame that they seem to have let that wither on the vine. And Douglas Aford, who the government appointed after the debacle of the Enbridge process, he recommended a special fund for a consultation with First Nations, but that dies this year, and the government won't bring a budget forward. We don't know whether it's going to be continued, and if so, to what degree. Again, another example of the lack of concern this government has for really engaging in what the courts have termed nation-to-nation consultation with our First Nation communities. So no wonder this motion was brought forward to demand that that occur. It's not only in the interests of First Nations, it's in the interest of all Canadians that the process of reconciliation that the Supreme Court has demanded of us be finally addressed, and it's not. Now, I could spend time on First Nations, and more so, but I want to talk about the environmental assessment process. Everyone knows that Bill C-38 gutted the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. And we saw that loud and clear in the travesty of the Enbridge Northern Gateway consultation process. Over 130 First Nations across British Columbia announced their opposition. Nearly 10,000 Canadians told the Joint Review Panel that they oppose this project. Towns and cities across Canada oppose it. The community of Kitimat, in a referendum, told the people of Canada, we don't want any of this. Was it approved? Yep. Government of Canada didn't seem to care. So much for consultation. And that level of cynicism that they've engendered in the people of my province is absolutely tangible. When you talk to younger Canadians about their engagement in the process, they say, why bother? They create these little processes and ignore them. It doesn't matter how many people speak out. It doesn't seem to have any difference. And if you get into a protest, for example, on Burnaby Mountain, and you arrest Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, he's telling us that under the new and improved national security legislation, his advocacy, protest, and dissent would not be, in that context, lawful because it was subject to an injunction, that he would be on somehow a terrorist list. So much for participation in that project. And what, Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't seem to get is that they cannot proceed with resource development that may well be in everyone's interest unless they get a social license. And people in our province are having none of these projects because they realize that the process by which they're being reviewed completely ignores the consultation that is required. That is why I was so proud to stand in this place and support a bill introduced by my colleague, the MP for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, Bill C-628, among other things which would absolutely improve the level of consultation, as this motion requires us to do. One of the things that that bill would do is require a report to be submitted to a joint review panel or a national energy board, as the case may be, that will include, quote, a summary of those positions and taken by municipalities, First Nations, and individuals, and specify how the board took each position into account in deciding whether or not to recommend the issuance of a certificate for a pipeline. That's what accountability is about. That's what ensuring that what people say actually matters. That's why you won't be able to ignore that 10,000 people oppose the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline proposal, and yet the government has the audacity to simply say, no problem, going ahead. And, Mr. Speaker, more closer to home in my community, we have another proposal coming forward, and that is the famous Kinder Morgan project, in which Trans Mountain's application to double its pipeline and radically increase the number of tankers on our coast is being considered. How can the proponent ever achieve the social license required when so many people have said the process of consultation is broken? Former head of BC Hydro, in a scathing letter, withdrew, saying it was a joke. Standing is being restricted to those, quote, directly affected, reducing the number and diversity of interveners and limiting the participation to a single letter. That's, of course, subject to a charter lawsuit claiming it violates freedom of expression. So consequently, Mr. Speaker, that's another example of why this motion is so desperately required. The government can begin to take consultation seriously so we would improve the life of not only First Nations but all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please do débat. L'honorable député de Beaches East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to rise in the House today to have the opportunity to speak in support of this motion 533. As the Urban Affairs Critic for the NDP caucus, Mr. Speaker, I take a special interest and especially applaud the member putting forward this motion for the inclusion of urban areas affected by the establishment of natural resource development. Too often, Mr. Speaker, we are presented with false dichotomies by this government and the false choices that flow from them. And that people see remote and rural life as distinct and separate and unconnected to urban life, I guess, has a partial explanation in the phenomenology of those lives. They're very different. They're very different experiences. People see very different things on a day-to-day basis. And so people say to me, well, Matt, you're talking about an urban agenda for Canada. What about rural and remote Canada? And this isn't to deny, Mr. Speaker, that there are issues distinct to rural Canada, distinct to remote Canada, and nor is it to deny that there are distinctly urban issues and considerations. In fact, our party has urged on this government consideration of the peculiarly urban issues in the cities of Canada. And as a critic for urban affairs, I've developed and released for all Canadians to read and consider an urban agenda for Canada. But the urban agenda, Mr. Speaker, and our views on cities and urban life in this country is very much mindful of and informed by the fact that urban Canada, our cities, sit in a broader context. They are part of a broader ecosystem. Our water comes from somewhere, usually other than our cities. Our food, usually, or the preponderance of it, comes from somewhere other than our cities. It's kind of captured, Mr. Speaker, in that common phrase that we see on the bumpers of cars and so forth, that farmers feed cities. And so cities are shaped, Mr. Speaker, by the broader landscape in which they are embedded, and of course the converse is true as well. Cities shape the broader landscape in which they are situated. And this is true of all cities. It was true in a city in Saskatchewan that I visited, and it was in the context of a booming extractive economy out there that the Chamber of Commerce said to me, it's not just about environmental assessments. We also need to have community impact assessments on the resource development that's happening outside the boundaries of our city. And the suggestion was that before the next big project goes in, there needs to be an assessment of whether that city can in fact handle the traffic that flows from that project, handle the housing required by the influx of workers for that project, and so on and so forth. And in another city in Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, a large community service agency told me that it was only when the rural and remote extractive economy really started to boom that the extent of the true challenges of homelessness in that city actually emerged. And as with any ecosystem, the system flows one way or another, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to tell you a bit of a story about a natural resource development project close to Toronto. It was the Melanchthon Township mega quarry, Mr. Speaker. Melanchthon Township sits about 80 kilometers north of Toronto. It's Class 1 farmland up there. It provides about half the potatoes eaten by the citizens of Toronto annually. And the land is called the Headwaters because it sits atop a number of watersheds that provide fresh water to about 1 million people in cities in Ontario. Thousands of acres of the Headwaters and of Class 1 farmland, Mr. Speaker, were purchased a few years back by what was then considered to be the 10th largest financial fund hedge fund, I think is the appropriate name in the world. And the plan was, Mr. Speaker, to build a mega quarry where that farmland existed, to take 2,300 acres and go down 200 feet, Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of getting aggregate rock, Mr. Speaker, to ship into our cities to continue to build out the sprawl of Toronto and the surrounding municipalities. Now, 2,300 acres, Mr. Speaker, actually is about half the size of my riding of Beaches, East York. And so it was very obvious to share with people a kind of vision of what this thing would look like. So half my riding going down about 20 stories. And one of the interesting things is, Mr. Speaker, being the headwaters, the water table sat just below the surface, about 20 feet, requiring for the mining of this aggregate the pumping of water in perpetuity. Efforts were made repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, to engage the environmental assessment process on this, but that process has been so ravaged and degraded that there were really no hooks. But what was understood by thousands upon thousands, Mr. Speaker, of residents in Toronto was that this issue was their issue, that the building of a mega quarry on Class 1 farmland 80 kilometers outside of Toronto was in fact an urban issue. And at one point, Mr. Speaker, thousands of Torontonians went north one weekend and clambered across fields and through the woods for a local food cook-off put on by professional chefs. On another occasion, Mr. Speaker, I organized a bus tour of constituents of mine and other NDP MPs in Toronto to go north to meet the farmers who were holding out from the hedge fund, hanging on to their farmland. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there was a soup day held to support the fight against the mega quarry. It was held in my riding in a park, and 40,000 Torontonians, Mr. Speaker, came out to my park to buy soup, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, to support the concerns of those farmers and other residents living in and around Melanchthon Township about the development of this mega quarry. Similar activities, Mr. Speaker, have taken place outside of Toronto and have engaged the citizens of Toronto. Not all of these, Mr. Speaker, have been natural resource developments, some quite the opposite. In fact, on the federal lands in Durham region, this government has, and previous governments going back to the 1970s, have proposed to take Class 1 farmland and build an airport just to pave it over, Mr. Speaker, for the continuing development of the city. But like the mega quarry, Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Toronto understand that issue and that project as well to be an urban issue, that those farmlands outside the city are important, Mr. Speaker, for local food security, for our city, so that we have close to our urban life easy access to fresh food. And as with the mega quarry, Mr. Speaker, it was easy to fill a bus of constituents and head out and tour those lands in support of farmers who are living by lease on those lands, and so on. And this, Mr. Speaker, is clear that where there is an ecosystem where our cities are embedded in a broader landscape, so is there also a social ecosystem, and we are connected, the First Nations, both within our city and outside our city, whose lands these are, Mr. Speaker, the farmers whose lands these are, and urban residents as well understand that we are connected this way. And this, Mr. Speaker, was and remains my attraction to the opportunity that Bill C-40 presented to us. Unfortunately, it was an opportunity spoiled but the opportunity for Canada's first national urban parks, so that we begin to at least to aspire to the notion that urban Canada and the concept of ecological integrity in our cities, so that we can be more energy sufficient, more food sufficient and secure in our own cities, is possible, that we can begin to build and shape our cities so that urban life can exist more lightly on this landscape. So let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by applauding the motion in its entirety, and most specifically let me applaud the inclusion of the urban and urban communities in the motion, and by extension the kind of collaborative and inclusive decision-making process that will rise up from the passage of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, are you pleased to débat? L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this right of reply judiciously and to speak to some of the remarks raised by my colleagues as part of this motion dealing with the development of natural resources. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to dissipate a certain hesitation or doubts expressed by colleagues in this House with respect to this idea of citizen involvement. It must all be put into context, because I'm talking about taking into account what citizens want. Now, that would be one of the criteria leading up to the granting of a permit. There are other criteria, including jobs and maintaining of the ecosystems, etc. But the will or the desires of the citizens to approve it is something else, which should be involved in the granting of a permit for the extraction of resources or something else. Now, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, when speaking, focused on the need for citizens to support or to base their comments on resource extraction. Now, I'd like to quote,
substantiated with evidence. Et j'abonde dans le même sens, monsieur.
And I agree, Mr. Speaker. And that's why an initiative for mining or resource extraction must keep people apprised of the situation, especially at the preliminary stage, where citizens are called upon to think about the issue and prepare. So it's essential for everyone to have the information they need at that point. Now, the making available of all information for a given project is inherent to the expression of a broader consultation contained in this motion before the House. The parliamentary secretary focused on the need for basing a position on science and facts, and I would like to salute the positions by Ms. Gagnon, Mr. Bouchard, whose comments were based on science, etc. It was a colossal amount of work when we take into account that their positions weren't funded by others, so they did everything that needed to be done, Mr. Speaker, and they retained the essential information. And today, Mr. Speaker, they're almost experts on. Now, of course, I'm talking about the mine at Sept-Îles and another mine in my riding that the people who live there and who've developed significant expertise on these issues. Now, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it's important to make available to the general public all information dealt with these projects, and that's where the shoe pinches, Mr. Speaker, because if we look at the industry from a broader perspective, there isn't always a transfer of information. And that is what gave rise to the outcry in Sept-Îles, for example. Now, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources showed openness to the consultation of citizens by saying that these comments needed to be supported by proof. Well, that reminds me of the fact that all parliamentarians needed to have an opportunity to speak, a say before projects are adopted. And as I've raised on several occasions in the past, Mr. Speaker, when there is a public outcry
if I may put it that way, it has a direct impact on the situation, and it has an impact on the stock exchange, for example. When we look at corporations that are on the stock exchange, and we have seen in the past that when there are demonstrations and people speak out, the value of those stocks and whatnot decline. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to show that what is at the basis of this motion is open. I met with the parliamentary secretary in her office to talk about these issues, about the importance of sitting down, how open I am to amendments, and that remains the case. It's just the central aspect of this motion is broader consultation. And in light of the outcries we've seen across the country on these issues, I think it's important because the Conservatives really need this as well, because there is an election in 2015, I would remind you. I humbly submit these remarks to you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Genet Jourdain,
Mr. Genet Jourdain seconded to that by another member that in the opinion of this House, the government, in exercising its jurisdiction, should submit natural resource development projects to broader consultation with First Nations and citizens in communities and urban areas affected by the establishment of such activities, and that public willingness should be a criterion in obtaining a development permit to the same degree as impacts on human health, ecosystem maintenance, employment, and economic development.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yea. And all those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorder Division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 1st, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. It being 11:15, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.